shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off on an NFL Draft Day on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Ready to go on this Thursday. First, we'll get started by getting you caught up on last night's action in the NBA playoffs. Then we shift into high gear. All of the information you need, including who's going to go where, the picks we like, the picks we don't, in Green Bay tonight as the NFL will hold its NFL draft. It's finally here. At 7 o'clock, we preview tonight's card in the association if the Pistons can really take the series lead against the Knicks. At 7:20, we make our picks in Major League Baseball before discussing our favorite and maybe least favorite sports dads. At 7:40, finally more from Green Bay at 8 o'clock as we preview the NFL's big day with Ryan Fowler. He covers pro football for the Draft Network. And then it's Dogster time and our best bets at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins in the nation's capital. Of course, Chelsea Messenger is live in Nashville, Tennessee. Chelsea, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So, Jenks, how did you celebrate the start of Draft Day? Did you listen to the Drake song, Draft Day? Because I did.
Did
what
you?
a banger. Are we still allowed to like Drake?
It's tough. It's a tough sell. I like Drake, but I mean, he took a hard L. He took a very hard L. So he just needs to lean into kind of the pop thing a little bit, stay away from, straight up hardcore rap, which, I mean, he can't go with Kendrick when it comes to that. So, he just leans into a different side of things. That's what he needs to do. But yeah, it's a hard sell right now.
But who else has a Draft Day song? That's the thing. I feel like when people do really niche songs, and I think it's just songs, that people use them for that specific thing. So when you have a Draft Day song, I'm going to listen on Draft Day.
Well, I woke up and I poured some coffee and I took a slow ride in a Toyota Sienna. That's not how I wanted to start my draft day.
See? Niche.
We got to break out the musical chops with you. I mean, I feel like you always call me a sandbagger. I feel like when it comes to your musical ability, you're the sandbagger. I've seen you play the piano before.
Well, but it's not my job. Like, it's one of those things where it's my hobby and, like, I'm decent at it. But, like, would I choose to play in front of people? No. Because you know the difference between doing something by yourself for fun and doing something in front of a live audience. It is a different skill.
Well, that is true. I agree. But also at the same time, sometimes you got to flex those musical muscles, You start small. Local cabaret, something like that. You play a few hits, then you drop cabaret. I don't know why I said cabaret. I get a little burlesque and also some music tonight. A little small show, right? Just a small gathering. Maybe you go down to the park, right? You go down to the park, the children's park, and you sing in front of the moms. Then that turns into a small bar gig, and then you go from there. Next thing you know, you're selling out in arenas, and we're all backstage.
Well, I tell you what, if I did burlesque shows, it would take some of the pressure off my singing.
That's true. Also very true. They'd be like, you know what? I'm here for really just the burlesque. The fact that she sings is just a bonus. You know what I mean? Multi-talented. Incredible. Just an idea. We're ready to go on this draft day. You got your coffee. I got mine. And as predicted, just want to say for the record, your bets, I mean, you went from, I'm having a tough week to red frickin' hot.
Yeah, because I started betting on the NBA. And Jenks, you need to join me because it feels like our NBA bets have been bullseye. And yours as well. I don't know why you're not adding them to the card. The Rockets one, you called that. All right, so the bets for me last night, Paolo Banchero, banking on him to have a big night, over 25.5 points. And I know that he went over this because I was following it. Let's see how many points he scored. 32 points. Yeah, this one was an easy winner. I think it cashed by the third quarter. We knew that if the Magic had any shot of upending the Celtics, it's going to be on the shoulders of Paolo Banchero. The Magic have stumbled upon a superstar. I feel like he's going to be really good for a long time. And then speaking of superstars, had Steph Curry over his rebounding prop, 4.5 rebounds, minus 120. So his regular season average was in the fours. But when it comes to the postseason, In 128 postseason games, he was averaging like 5.6. So when the postseason rolls around, Steph Curry goes after rebounds. Rebounds are partly an effort metric, guys who are going for the ball. Steph Curry puts in the effort. He had 5 rebounds last night. So 2-0 night for your girl.
Yeah, nice job. You've had a hell of a week. I went 1-1 yesterday in baseball. A couple of afternoon sweats, early afternoon sweats. Had Reds Marlins over 8 at -140. The Reds win 5-2. That was a loss. Had Phillies Mets under 8, also at -140. And that was a little dicey because we went to extra innings and you never know what can happen then. But the Mets win it 4-3-10, so that was a dub. Donkster took the L, taking the Celtics laying 10.5, hosting the Magic. So, Chelsea, you are 6-0-1 this week. The Donkster 3-0, and I am 5-3. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Thursday. It's draft day here on the show, and we will have draft coverage throughout the next 3 hours. We're going to start with basketball, get you caught up on last night's action. Then we'll go into pro football. But let's begin with Celtics Magic. In Boston last night, the Celtics win at 109-100. The Magic cover the number. We had talked about when do these numbers get too high. We saw some dogs cover yesterday. The Magic covering the 10.5 point spread. Celtics -800, total set at 197.5. The over hits. No need to worry about Jaylen Brown being healthy.
It's a 7-0 run. And a takeaway by Brown. Race to the rim. And Brown's going to win. Jaylen Brown with a hammer jam.
At TNT with the call, Brown 36 points, 10 boards as Jason Tatum sits out with a banged-up wrist, missing the first playoff game of his career. It does not matter. Kristaps Porzingis, 20-10, and he also survives a bloody gash to the forehead. Maybe that's what we need to make these early games exciting. A little blood on the show. I wanted to see that last little fight from the Magic in what has been a really physical series.
Yeah, I was watching this game at the gym, and the first half, it felt like the Celtics are just playing on easy mode, where you watch them play and you're like, there's no way this team's winning, right? Kristaps Porzingis was banking some threes off the backboard that had no chance of even going in. And you say to yourself, how is this team ahead right now? It's like when you watch star athletes do something incredibly difficult, and they make it look so easy. So again, it feels like the Celtics are just in easy mode, flip the switch in the second half, and it was night to the Orlando Magic. I will say my dude, Paolo Banchero, big night in this one. He was carrying the offensive load. Franz Wagner also had a big night, but not enough. It just feels like one of those things, even if you take like 2 of the star players away from the Celtics, they are just so deep. If Jason Tatum's not leading the charge, it's Jaylen Brown.
No, absolutely right. They're just so deep as a team. They play great defense. And, the handicap going in was, will this be an under game because both defenses are so good? Orlando has the best defense, or did have the best defense in the regular season, but the overhits regardless. But yeah, the broader point is it doesn't matter what sort of defense is played or who is held out, at least in these early games. But the Celtics just keep bringing in guys who can beat you in different ways. And once again, nice job on the Paolo Banchero bet as he again scores 32. Updated series odds for you. Celtics are -10,000. The Magic plus 4,000. So 40-1 for the Magic to somehow pull this out. They're not going to do that. In the Eastern Conference, the Cavaliers take a 2-0 series lead over the Heat, winning 121-112. The Heat cover the number, plus 12.5. Cavs -700 on the money line, and the total set at 212 and a hook. The overhits. Donovan Mitchell going off.
2:30 to go. Game 2.
From NBA TV, that call. Mitchell, 30 points, 17 in the fourth quarter, racks up 6 boards, 6 assists. This is the 27th time in his career he's had at least 30 points. Darius Garland, 21, hands out 9 assists. The Magic pull within 2 with just more than, or the Heat, I should say, with just more than 3 minutes to play, but that's really as close as they get. Cavaliers also set an NBA record with 12 three-point shots in the second quarter, carding 22 for the game. What is your take on the Cavaliers? Because it's kind of like the Pistons. And, I mean, I know they've been in different spaces, but when a team really takes the next step in, compared to a previous season, sometimes you have to readjust or sort of recalibrate and say, no, this is who this team is now.
Well, I feel like the Cavs are like a few years ahead of where the Pistons are.
Oh,
because
yeah.
The Cavs were in that space where, people are saying, well, it's going to take a while. It's going to be like the next year. But we keep saying, well, it's going to be the next year. Is this the year? Because they are really good, and they were really good in the regular season. I think there's still some doubters just simply because maybe they don't have the star power. Like, I think a lot of people don't want to put Donovan Mitchell, in the closer category, but you look at the numbers, and I feel like you almost have to with some of the numbers that he puts up and the takeover job that he did in this one in the fourth quarter. Because it's great that you score 30 points or whatever, but you need to be able to close out games, and that's exactly what Donovan Mitchell did in this one. So we'll have to see if he can do this against, I guess, top-level competition. Because for the Cavs, I feel like anything other than an Eastern Conference title, obviously an NBA title would be great, but I feel like they got to win the East. Like, that was what the expectation was for this team going into the postseason. Yeah, if you lose to the Oklahoma City Thunder in the finals, I feel like you can't hang your head, but I feel like it's all Celtics from most people are saying, well, it's going to be the Celtics coming out of the East. But the Cavs are 64-18 this season.
That's what I'm saying. So it's not about, hey, the Cavaliers are better. It's just that they're so much better than what we've seen previously. So, they've got 3 All-Stars on their roster. Can they get it done? If there's any team in the East, it certainly looks like the Cavs. The Heat do get 33 points, 6 boards from Tyler Hero. We thought he might step up and have a big game, help cover the number. He did. Your updated series odds, the Cavaliers minus 10,000. The Heat are 40-1. How about we go to the West and the late game last night, the one headliner in yesterday's card. It is the Rockets beating the Warriors 109-84. The Rockets laying 2.5. They're minus 160 on the money line. Total set at 203.5. The under hitting. Jalen Green admits he was nervous before game 1, but not last night.
And a turnover now. Green on the run, rises high and throws it down. Jalen Green with a highlight of the night.
Man, he was awesome. 38 points, 8 3-pointers. Alperen Şengün adds a double-double with 17 points, 16 rebounds. And so the Rockets, even this series at 1, we thought they might have a bounce back yesterday and that we weren't giving them enough credit. That turned out to be the case. But now on the flip side, the Warriors have to worry about Jimmy Butler, who goes out in the first quarter after taking a really hard fall. He has a pelvic contusion. So now don't forget about gambling for a second or wagering, like moving forward. This is a huge concern for the Warriors.
Yeah, I feel like when you say forget about gambling, my mind says, no, I will not forget about gambling. But I get what you're saying. It went from the Warriors looking so good in game 1 and saying, oh, man, this first round series is going to be so easy. We're going to cruise past the Rockets, even though they're the 2 seed, to now you're sitting there with a 1-1 series, score or whatever. Yeah. And Jimmy Butler could possibly be out for multiple games. So I know the Warriors are hoping and praying that playoff Jimmy returns to the fold because he is a huge part of their offense. I know that we look at teams and we say, oh, this team has a ton of depth. This team, doesn't have to depend on one superstar. Looking at you, Celtics. Warriors are not that way. They truly need both of their guys if they're going to make a run in the playoffs. Because think about it. They had to go through the play-in for a reason. I know the Western Conference standings were super tight, but they will need both of their scoring punches, Steph and Jimmy, if they want to make a run in this ultra-loaded Western Conference, especially when your first-round matchup is against the 2 seed, who I feel like a lot of people disrespect, but the Rockets were damn good this year as well.
Yeah, they feel like Oklahoma City from a couple years ago. Do you know what I mean? Where you can see, look, they're not there yet. They have a ways to go, but you can see all that young talent sort of coming together and a head coach who certainly knows what to do in this league. So in a couple years, I feel like we'll be talking about the Rockets as that next team that is right there in the West. West is just so strong this year. Also, have you ever had a pelvic contusion? Because I have. Let me tell you something. And I got it playing. What's that?
I was just saying you have. That's strange.
Yeah. Well, I got it playing basketball. It was a long time ago, but I took a hard fall, like going in for a layup, and it was not similar to Jimmy Butler play, but kind of, I'm right there in the lane, and someone sort of undercuts me, got pushed, and then all of a sudden I just land right on my tailbone. And let me tell you something. I mean, that hurts like hell because right there, it's the center of your body. You can't do anything. So, you think bruise, oh, how bad is it? I mean, it's just from my personal experience, not great.
Oh, he's going to have to be sitting on a donut if it's his tailbone. Did you ever have to do that where you sit on a donut?
I did, actually. And I kept playing, but it was not, there's a difference between high school basketball and the NBA. But still, I was sitting on a donut. And I'm like, this is the worst. Like, what kind of weirdo injury is this? So I hope he gets right because it would be a shame after all the talk about the Warriors and playoff Jimmy coming in if he ends up having to sit out for an extended period of time. So hopefully he's going to be fine. Updated series odds for you before we go to break. The Warriors minus 175 to win this series. The Rockets plus 145. Coming up next here on the show. Oh, yeah. We've been talking about it. We've been previewing it. The NFL draft is finally here tonight with the Cheeseheads in Green Bay. We're going to preview what we think will happen, and that is coming up next on the Daily Tip. It's here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Good morning. Give me a little something double D. I got to wake up. It's Thursday. Thank you, sir. Plus, this is classic 80s right here. We've talked about it, the montage. This is the love montage, not the, hey, let's fix up this house montage. Coming up on the show, a little draft refresher here. We'll talk about some of the big storylines before we get into the particulars and some of our bets tonight in Green Bay. So this studio was beautiful yesterday. And now, God, like next to me is so much grease. I don't know what Horvat is eating in here. It's either a meatball sub, it's fried chicken maybe, just straight up bacon, maybe a club sandwich. Oh, there's grease everywhere. It's so gross. But I'll say this. Yesterday, when it comes to food, it triggered this memory. Yesterday, I decided, I was working all day yesterday. I finally finished with the show, trying to get ready for the weekend because the lovely Catherine's mother is coming to town later on this morning. And so I finished cleaning all the stuff, and I was like, I'm going to order something from DoorDash. So I get the order, and I open it up, and I'm like, there's no chips in here. What? I ordered some chips with my sandwich. All right, not here. Okay, bummer. So I report no chips. They give me a small refund. Then I pull out the actual sandwich. This is the wrong order. This is the wrong sandwich. So I ordered like a turkey club or something, and this is a huge meatball sub. I mean, this is way off. Yeah. So then I look on the bag, and I'm like, oh, so the bag says there's a receipt on it for Michael O, and I'm obviously Michael J. So that's where the mix-up came from. But I got to tell you, that meatball sub was delicious. I went ahead and ate it. Well, they were like, do you want us to send you another order or just refund your money? I'm like, they're not taking this back. So I like a meatball sub. I'll give it a shot. And I'll tell you what, it was a meatball sub, had some banana peppers on it. I was like, Michael O, sir. Tip of the cap. I might order this next time. This is great. They're not going to switch it up for me, so I just got the refund and got a free meatball sub yesterday. And I have to say, it was absolutely delightful. So, Michael O, wherever you are, I'm sorry you ended up with the Crunchy Boy from Compliments Only here in D.C., which is a very good sandwich. But I have to say, you might have outdone me there. The meatballs were great.
We need a re-rec of that 80s music, and it's a montage of Michael Jenkins falling in love with a meatball sub.
Yeah. Like I open it up and I'm like, and then I look down and I'm like, I kind of shake my head and I go, why not? And then I dig in and I'm like, oh, actually great. You know, the realm of emotions that you go through, you know, oh my God, my order's wrong to actually this order is just right. I'm going to order that again.
The love of your life.
The love of my life. A meatballs. I don't even
Sorry,
know.
Catherine.
Now that I think about it, I'm like, was this from the same restaurant? I need to double check that. So I can see where the confusion might have taken place. So that's kind of nice, though, because you never know. You could open it up and you could be like, hey, here's liver and onions, you know?
So what's your normal go-to sandwich orders? Because when you said turkey club, I said, okay, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Because that's normally number one on my big board is something with turkey and bacon and cheese. Maybe not lettuce, maybe no veggies altogether, but usually I start there.
You don't like any veggies?
No, not on a sandwich.
Really?
I'll have a salad if I want veggies.
Well, I mean, they do normally put, you know, like a lettuce, tomato, like not even the basics. No?
No.
So when you get a pizza, do you get the meat lovers?
Tomatoes, but like the lettuce that they normally put on is like that real like shredded iceberg lettuce that doesn't have any nutritional value anyway, and it just gets everywhere. Do you get what I'm saying? Like what I'm reminded of is I think Subway does this where it's the little strips of lettuce that just get everywhere. And so you're eating a sandwich in the car like the animal that you are, because if you're getting Subway, you're probably going somewhere, and it just gets everywhere. So it's not worth the hassle.
Oh, you don't want the mess. That's what it is.
Oh,
okay.
I don't.
What would be number two on your big board besides the club? I mean, the club's a classic. I go with that generally. You know, I'm pretty easy.
Maybe some type of hot sub. Like, if we're going back to Subway, because, like, that's what I used to eat. It's been, like, 10 years, though, because their subs are not that great. If you have any other sandwich options, go there. But, like, the hot ones, like the oven-roasted chicken breasts, so chicken with just a square of cheese on top.
Wow, that sounds delicious. Can I get the extra square of processed cheese? Let's just treat myself today. Well, you know what? After he goes number 1 overall tonight and he signs his contract, Cam Ward is going to treat himself to whatever he wants. He will be an instant millionaire. So is there any real drama here? I mean, I love that the Titans came out a couple days ago. We have thought about it, and we have made our decision. It's like, yeah, you're going with Cam Ward. Aren't there billboards there, didn't you say, or some sort of sign saying, welcome to Nashville, Cam?
I mean, I was talking in, like, symbolic form. It basically feels like there's a neon sign, but I do need to check that McDonald's downtown because the marquee always has something Titans related on it. But yeah, it feels like there's going to be no shocks here when it comes to the first overall pick. The Titans need a quarterback. They've got a new regime when it comes to their GM who needs to make a splash. Brian Callahan is fighting for his job. So it does feel like Cam Ward is the guy. And we have this in the rundown. It does feel like Shedeur Sanders is kind of the wild card of this year's draft because it feels like there are so many different spots in which he could be taken. You know, he could go as high as number 2 or as low as like the second round. So I think that's going to be like our number 1 source of drama. And of course, his dad's Deion Sanders. So like he's going to have like a wild outfit. And of course, we'll hear from his camp. But Jenks, there's going to be some drama that we don't see. I don't know what it is right now, but I feel like draft day usually delivers.
For sure. Can I just say quickly, what they should do at that McDonald's is do something like filet of fish and fries for only $2.99. Cam do. Welcome. You sell a little bit. You welcome the guy to Tennessee. I don't know. I've never operated a marquee, but I feel like you could do something with that. Nobody gets the filet of fish. If they do, they're killing people. Their body's definitely under the house. Yeah, Shedeur Sanders is definitely going to be like the focus of this draft, and especially because I don't think he's a divisive talent, but I'm sure you saw that anonymous NFL assistant coach that came out a couple days ago and said, oh, worst interview we've ever seen. The guy only cares about himself. He always blames his teammates, no accountability. And I think that plays into an easy stereotype when Deion Sanders is your father, but I don't necessarily know if that's true, or also if it's some team trying to scare off another team that may potentially draft Shedeur because they want him for themselves. I mean, yesterday, and I think it was largely based on this information, which you can't validate, right? It's an anonymous source. So his draft position at some shops, the over-under for his draft slot fell from 8.5 to 21.5. Thinking, okay, will he go to the Saints? He interviewed really poorly. He's going to the Steelers. So Daniel Jeremiah has him 21 to Pittsburgh. Todd McShay has him in round 2 at number 3 to Cleveland. Chris Sims doesn't have him in round 1. And then Mel Kiper and Field Yates have him number 9 to the Saints. So all of these draft experts and draft prognosticators have him all over the place. I'm telling you, you're going to get a full load of Shedeur Sanders and everything about him and where he might go tonight. He's going to be the story.
Yeah, so that's the thing. If draft experts can't even agree on where he's going, like, do I fancy myself better with more insider info than like Adam Schefter and Field Yates and all these people? No. And that's the difficult part about betting on the draft, because I know people listen to the show, they say, Chelsea, we want your bets. I don't have any inside information that the books don't have. Everything that's available to the public that I get to Google is available to the sports book. So I think it's really difficult, and it's a difficult market to bet on. But I do think when it comes to quarterbacks that some of these front offices will kind of throw caution to the wind. Like, haven't we seen this before? That the promise of somebody who can change your franchise, even though you watch the film, you say, okay, maybe the talent isn't there, but there's a chance, and maybe we need to take a swing on it, because what if we don't draft him and he becomes this franchise quarterback and we passed on him? Because when it comes to return on investment, quarterback is your number 1 player that it feels like you need to hit on in the draft. We see it from all these teams that go to Super Bowls with these young quarterbacks who are still on the rookie deal. Like, look at the Niners with Brock Purdy. how helpful is it when you have a quarterback who doesn't have to be paid a ton of money? So I think that's going to be the real interesting part. It's not Shedeur in principle. It's some of these teams, if they can exercise the discipline to say, we don't need that quarterback because he's not a franchise leader, or they say, hey, just maybe there's a shot and maybe we should take a swing.
No way. They can't exercise that discipline. I mean, I think you're exactly right. I mean, the Falcons did it last year with Michael Penix Jr. That's a reference from like 2 shows ago. It's Michael Penix, as we know. But, I mean, it stunned everyone. Obviously, when you have Kirk Cousins on the roster now, they're still trying to coexist, and Penix is going to be the guy. But I think your point is well taken, which is teams can't help themselves. They just can't help themselves, right? It's, we don't need a quarterback, but here we are. We could use a quarterback. We don't need a quarterback here, but he's right there. When do you get a chance to draft a quarterback? Guys, right here. And we'll have someone reach, or we'll have a guy like maybe Jackson Dart shoot up the draft boards. There will be someone that overvalues, or maybe undervalues, but generally overvalues a quarterback relative to where we expect them to go, and they've just got to do it. You know, it's just like having, you know, if you got a sweet tooth and you got a candy bar in front of you, you're like, I'm trying to cut back. But I mean, come on. It's the Reese's is right there. You know, and they can't help themselves.
Exactly. So I think that's going to be the wild card, especially with teams who we kind of expect to do stupid things. Looking at you, New York Giants. But as far as other positions go, like there will be some drama and there will be some trades. I think the most interesting one to me is where some of these running backs go. Because we've seen a lot of steam over the last few weeks about Ashton Genty. We know as far as like, you know, some of the narratives about Shedeur Sanders and even some of these like little breadcrumbs of, you know, some teams saying, we want a guy who loves football. And some of these NIL guys feel very corporate and it goes against their draft stock. Ashton Genty is the exact opposite. He feels like a through and through football guy who loves the game. He penned a letter comparing himself to Saquon Barkley saying, hey, draft me. He's been at Boise State. He's stayed there. So I'm real interested to see where he ends up, because here's the thing. I kind of hope that he doesn't go that early in the draft, because it means he's going to a bad team. Because that's the thing. Like, I think this class is really running back heavy. So the guys who go later, who go to better teams with better offensive lines, I think they will actually have the better chance of success than a running back that goes to a bad team.
I think Ashton Genty is going to the Jags at 5. I think a couple weeks ago it would have been the Raiders, but now it's probably going to be the Jags. I just don't think they're going to be able to pass him up. And if you look at the odds right now at BetMGM, he's minus 210 to go to Jacksonville at 5. And then look at who their new head coach is, Liam Cohen. Duval. But what is he known for? He's known for his offense, right? So you're taking an offensive-minded head coach who has a chance to take a picture of him, a potential generational talent. And make no mistake, I don't necessarily feel great about the Ashton Genty Saquon comparisons, just because I feel like Saquon is 1-1 or 1 of 1, and it's not really fair to Ashton Genty. But Ashton Genty is the real deal. Like, if there is a running back over the past, decade who has the potential to have that sort of impact in the NFL when you watch his film, I mean, you don't have to be a draft expert to see that he's just built different. Like, this guy is just not your average running back, and he has that motivation as well. I just feel like Jacksonville, even though they could really use the help on the defensive line with Mason Graham or someone like that, they're probably going to say, this guy, I mean, he could be special for the next decade. We got to grab him. I think they will.
Yeah, but the other thing is like I said, it feels like it's a deep class for running backs, because we do have a lot of guys are super high on Omarion Hampton. A lot of people think that the running back out of North Carolina is going to go to the Broncos. Then there's Travion Henderson, who some people say could go higher than Hampton. So, you know, when you look at Travion Henderson, somebody who played for a championship program at Ohio State and is really physically talented. So that's the other thing. When you have a class that is deep in talent at running back, sometimes it feels like maybe you won't pay a premium for a running back if there are so many good ones available.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Also, could this draft be boring? I mean, I think it could be. I don't know. But this is the first time ever, and things can change by the second. We could have something break during this show. This is the first time ever, at least up until this point, we haven't seen any teams shift positions at all. Like everyone's just staying in their slot, waiting for the draft to take place. It could get crazy not long from now. But you would think there will have been some sort of movement, and we haven't seen it.
I think that we will see more movement throughout the day and closer to draft time. Because remember, like it's still really early in the morning, and some of these teams wait till the absolute last minute, and some teams don't even get it in time. Remember, the Browns did that; they like missed the deadline. They're like, "Oh well, missed the deadline."
We're the Browns, guys. It's what we do, guys. We're the Browns. Sorry. Coming up on the show, we'll continue our coverage of tonight's draft in Green Bay by handing out our draft superlatives. We're rolling on here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming back.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans, and it's draft day. BetMGM tonight is crashing your airwaves starting at 7 Eastern with live pick reactions and key fantasy spins only on the BetMGM Network.
The Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is NFL Draft Thursday. Oh, yeah, we'll get you set all day long with our coverage here on the BetMGM Network. This is a Daily Tip by Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, which players we like and which ones scare us a little before all the action gets underway tonight in Green Bay. What's your draft setup tonight? Do you have a draft setup? I mean, I know maybe it's probably sort of anticlimactic, but you are a Titans fan, so, it's official tonight. Cam Ward.
Well, I'm glad that I don't have to wait long. Sometimes if you're picked number 22 and you're like, oh my God, why is this taking so long? Because one thing the NFL is going to do is draw things out because they know they have our eyeballs and they know they're going to take their sweet, precious time. So it's nice that the Titans are going to be on the clock and we should be picking, pretty close in that window from when the clock starts. So that is nice. But am I supposed to stay up and be like, oh, Cam Ward, wow, what a shock. So I don't have a setup. It's a normal Thursday for me. I've got a 5-year-old and a family, and Jake's going to be working. So it'll probably be me watching on mute as Blake has Gabby's Dollhouse or something on the iPad.
Oh, that sounds awesome. What is Gabby's Dollhouse? Is that a game or is it a show? I have no idea.
It's a kid's show that's very annoying.
Oh, is it? Okay. What's the premise of Gabby's Dollhouse?
Well, there's this girl named Gabby, and she has a dollhouse. It's filled with cats. Wow. Imaginary cats. Banner idea, right?
There's the twist I was looking for. Oh, I didn't see imaginary cats coming. All right, Gabby, there's more to you than I thought. Guys, tonight, if you want to check out draft coverage, this is the place to be. From 7 to 11 Eastern, BetMGM tonight is your NFL Draft War Room. Ryan Horvat probably eating, who knows tonight, Popeyes, Subway. Oh, man, that's another something you can put some money on. Brad Evans is going to be here as well. They're going to break down every pick, every team prop, every fantasy ripple, all in real time. You can listen on the Odyssey app or watch and subscribe to the BetMGM Network on YouTube. How about some draft superlatives? Big words on a Thursday morning. Who's the best player of the draft, Chelsea?
I feel like I'm going to be a square here and say Travis Hunter. Simply because you're getting 2 players in one, and it feels like a chess piece that you can use in so many different ways. Even if he doesn't play, every single play, which I don't think that he will, you can use him in so many different packages. And when you look at the Browns and you combine him with some of the receiving options that they already have, and Jerry Jeudy and David Njoku, that's going to be a real threat, an electric factory on the offense, and somebody who can bulk up the secondary as well. So the fact that you get 2 players in one, I think my vote goes to Travis Hunter.
Yeah, I think it has to be. He's definitely going to the Browns. I mean, if you look at the odds right now, it's heavily juiced for him to go to Cleveland. Minus 2,000 for Travis Hunter to become a Cleveland Brown. And we've heard their GM say, we want him to be sort of the Shohei Ohtani of the NFL. And Travis Hunter said, I don't want to play football unless I can play on both sides of the football. He's a little slight, so it makes me wonder if maybe they use him more in spots, maybe offensively. But the crazy thing is, I tend to think of him as a defensive back first, a receiver second. There's a lot of NFL scouts that say, no, he's a receiver first, a cornerback second. When you're having that sort of debate, you're clearly a special talent. So regardless, I think the Browns are going to get a superstar. And you know what? They need a superstar. They can sell. So not only do I think you get arguably the best player in the draft, you're getting someone that you can sell to the fans like, hey, remember that whole Deshaun Watson thing that didn't really work out? Now we have someone new that you can come and watch. So I think he's definitely going to Cleveland.
Yeah, it's somebody who you can root for easily. It feels like he's a nice kid. And you feel like you get somebody who is a unicorn in the sport. So I think Cleveland deserves this. They deserve somebody to root for and somebody fantastic that their fan base can link onto, and maybe they can get their jersey. Because think about the jersey sales in Cleveland. Who do you get in the past few years? Is it just Myles Garrett? Yeah. Is it anybody else? Is it that guy running around with the 34 quarterbacks names on the back of his uniform? So I feel like this will lead the league in jersey sales, at least in the city of Cleveland.
Yeah, they need it. Okay, so we haven't seen any moves thus far, but today could get crazy. I hope it gets crazy. I want to see some chaos tonight before the NFL draft. Which team in the top 10 do you think might trade back? Maybe could get a good guy, but they might be better served to trade back and get more talent or more draft picks for the high position that they have. I kind of think it's the Giants.
I don't know. I feel like the Giants, they want the spotlight and they want the big name player. But you're right, as far as, the order goes, and if you don't need a quarterback, maybe you sit and wait, and that's the smart thing. But do we look at the Giants and say, hey, the Giants are going to do the smart thing? I don't know about that. So in the top 10, here are your options. Titans, no. Browns, no. Giants, maybe. Patriots, probably not. I'm going to say no, but maybe a candidate there. Jags, I'm going to say no. I think they want Ashton Genty. Raiders, Jets, Panthers, Saints, and Bears. So of those other teams, Jenks, what do we think here? Like other teams that could possibly move back? Because I think a lot of it is like need dependent. Like if you need a certain position, you have your eye on a certain guy. Obviously, you don't want to move down. But as far as these other teams go, there's nothing that like jumps off the page to me. I'm not super plugged in to some of these teams, so I don't really know. But the Giants certainly are the wild card here.
Yeah, I really think it's a G-men, and we're hearing rumors right now. Of course, these are rumors that the Bears are going to try and move up to get that third pick because they want maybe Abdul Carter. But here's the thing with the Giants. They can get Abdul Carter, and they can pair him with Kayvon Thibodeau, and all of a sudden you've got a fierce defensive front. But what they really need is a quarterback, right? And, okay, they have Russ for a year, Jameis for a year. I think ultimately this is a team that, even though they need a quarterback, they're going to be awful this year. No matter who they draft, they're going to be terrible. So if you need a quarterback, you can wait until next year. Also, you have so many needs, and you already have a very good defensive line with Dexter Lawrence as well. So why not use that leverage, move back, get some more draft picks because you need so much help. And I kind of feel like the Giants, if they're smart, that's what they'll do. It wouldn't be a reach to get Abdul Carter, but he's also not Myles Garrett. So right now, we'll see if anything transacts between Chicago and Big Blue. Which player do you think will most likely be a bust? Is it Shedeur, or is that just the easy answer? Like, oh, it's Shedeur Sanders. Like, I feel lazy when I say that.
Well, I think because when you look at people who you label them bust, most of the time it's spotlight players, guys who are quarterbacks, because the most pressure is put upon quarterbacks. And if you go to a bad team, I feel like the odds are kind of stacked against you. So I think a lot of this will depend on where Shedeur goes. If he goes to one of these bad teams and he goes higher than people think, I think there's a real shot that he could be a bust, simply because it doesn't even matter sometimes how good a quarterback is. Like, obviously there's a ceiling. Jane Daniels broke it. But when you play on a bad team, there's only so much you can do. And being a rookie quarterback in general is extremely hard. So I think if Shedeur Sanders goes in like the top 10, there is a strong chance that he could be a bust. And also the spotlight is so bright on him because isn't the word bust relative to expectations? So a lot of people have compared him to like Joe Burrow. They have said, hey, his dad's Deion Sanders. He's got this high football IQ. He should do something with himself in the league. So if he doesn't, he has so much name recognition that he doesn't do something with his NFL career, I think people will certainly label him a bust.
Yeah. And I also think, too, look, I don't know the dynamic at Colorado, but certainly when you have your dad as a head coach, you're going to get some sort of favorable treatment, or you're going to be in a much more comfortable situation. I think that's a fair statement. So how are you going to react when you get to an NFL team and you've got an NFL head coach who doesn't give you any deference at all, who says, no, you're just one of someone, you're just one of the players in the locker room, you're just one of the guys. How do you react to that when all you've ever known up to this point is having someone who's going to always look out for your best interests, probably above anyone else's? So if he makes that adjustment, I think he'll be just fine. But ultimately, with so much spotlight and so much pressure, and all of a sudden you're being treated differently, I think that's going to be more of an adjustment than someone else in his position might have to make, like a Cam Ward.
Yeah, and speaking of Cam Ward, I do think there's some bust potential there. Simply because he's going to my Titans. And it's a bad team, and it's a coach kind of on the hot seat who's willing to probably do whatever it takes to keep his job intact. So I think, again, if you talk about the word bust, it's always going to be relative to expectations. And if you go first overall in the NFL draft, those are some really lofty expectations. Like I've seen like all of the rumors surrounding Cam Ward and some of his comparisons, and some people are comparing him to Patrick Mahomes. Like imagine having those expectations
Ridiculous.
Going into the NFL. And you go to the Titans, who offensively have been like a wet blanket for like the past few seasons. They can't get anything going. So I think it's going to be really tough. Like they've tried to beef up their offensive line, but it's been a revolving door of guys who can't stay healthy. So that's where it starts for me. If you go to a bad team, especially if you're a young quarterback, you almost have to be a generational guy to kind of break out of the mud that is those teams. So do we believe Cam Ward can do that? I'm not so sure.
Finally, which player is most likely to be traded tonight? Is it going to be Trey Hendrickson, Kirk Cousins? I think it might be Tyreek Hill, honestly. If you're the Dolphins, I mean, this guy at the end of the season didn't want to play, right? And he said he was done in Miami, and then he came back, oh, no, I do want to be here. And now he's reposting things on X, these eyes emojis like, oh, well, maybe I will get traded on draft night. I feel like he's all over the place. He had a disappointing season last year. I don't know if he wants to stay in Miami, but I do know if I'm the Dolphins and I can move him at a time when he still has a lot of value, tonight will be the night to do it.
Yeah, it feels like the Dolphins almost have to just break up the band at this point because it feels like they're like, pouring blood out and they just need to like put a bandage on because it seems like they're losing all their leaders and Tyreek Hill doesn't want to be there. But I think as far as interesting ones go, I think I kind of want to see Kirk Cousins get traded just for the ripple effect. And we saw this yesterday in the Kirk Cousins sweepstakes. Apparently it's the Steelers, the Browns, and possibly the Vikings. I don't know about that since they have J.J. McCarthy, but that's per Diana Rossini. Jenks, is Kirk Cousins going somewhere else? I hope
If
so.
he does, he'll probably sign for like $100 million. He's going to be a billionaire by the time he's done. Nobody grabs the bag like Kirk Cousins. It's wild. Coming up next on the show, the NFL loves having the spotlight all to itself, but we've got NBA playoff action to talk about. Hour 2 next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Good morning on a Thursday here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And what a day in the sports world. Of course, we have the NFL draft starting tonight. We've got playoff basketball in the association. And of course, a little daytime baseball. We'll take you through it all over the next hour here on the show. We'll start with our best bets in the NBA tonight at 7:20, our best bets in baseball. And at 7:40, our draft of the best sports dads. Of course, Deion Sanders will take center stage with his son, Shadur. Tonight, we'll go through some of the lists of the best dads in the sports landscape. All right, Jenks, so this came across my feed, and I thought it was really interesting because a lot of times when it comes to NFL draft stories, you see, this guy runs a 40. He bench presses this. But I think the most interesting topics are the ones that aren't necessarily the measurables. It's the stuff that's between the ears and the personality-based stuff. So Jay Glazer tweeted this. NFL Insider, if you watch Ballers, otherwise known as Jay Glazer from Ballers. So he said this. He says, normally there are guys who fall in the draft because of two things, injury concerns or character concerns. But this year, there was something else that NFL GMs kept talking about. And he said the third category was, quote, doesn't love football. He said in the day and age of NIL money and guys like demanding all these things starting in college, NFL GMs want guys who truly love the game of football. Do you find this interesting?
Yeah, I've heard this a few times, and I think it's something that has become more prominent, but I absolutely believe it. And it's something that has gone on for a while. It's just that now we're sort of seeing it more often. And it's that, I can get money here, but how much do I really love the game? And that's the one thing about the NFL is it's a job. Like, you don't come into the NFL if you're not completely committed. Like, guys are trying to get paychecks. They're trying to take care of their families. Like, for every massive contract that we hear about, there's another 10 guys who are making, some sort of minimum or aren't making a lot of money or just fighting for a roster spot. So if you don't love the game, I can assure you there is someone there who does love the game, who may not be as talented as you are, but who can outwork you for a particular spot. And, you see this from time to time with guys who have all the athletic ability in the world, but they just don't have the passion for it. And so people say, why wouldn't you play football? It's like, you're huge, you're ripped, you're super fast, you can do everything. It's like, but I don't love it. I just don't love the game. So, you hear that more and more, and it's something you really have to gauge if you want someone potentially on your roster.
Right. If you're going to make a huge investment in somebody in the first round, you want that person to be all the way in. And I think we hear this a lot. Like, this is not like a new thing. I think Jay Glazer was just saying that it's more prevalent this year simply because guys are getting paid at lower levels and like maybe they don't have to grind as hard for some of that money. Because usually it's you grind in college football and then you finally get the payday in the NFL. But I think in any walk of life, if you love something, the work is a lot easier. Is it not? Like, you find yourself doing this. Like, I always say to people who are like confused about, their life path, it's like, what do you find yourself doing in your free time? When you're not being paid, when nobody's looking, what do you truly like doing? Because sometimes to be successful at something, you have to put in the extra hours. This is why we hear that phrase, student of the game. Guys who really study film, right? And we need to make like a bingo board of like all the catchwords and all the buzz phrases that like we're going to hear tonight. But I feel like more than college football, you can't just be athletic. You have to study the film and you have to learn the playbook. So I feel like that's the huge difference in the NFL. And so this makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, if you if you listen to like Johnny Manziel's story, for example, there's a billion stories out there, but when he was in college, he didn't really look at the playbook. He just didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was just so athletic and could just, and that kind of, it makes sense when you watch his game back when he was at Texas A&M, right? He would just kind of run around and then somehow make plays because he was so athletic and intuitive. He could find a way to do it. And then, and also he was wild. He was all over the place. But then you take that same sort of preparation or lack thereof to the NFL and it completely falls apart. It's like, no, you don't just show up not knowing the playbook or knowing a couple plays and just thrive in the NFL. Maybe in college. But you can't out-athlete anyone in the NFL without the work.
Yeah, even the most athletic guys.
Yes.
Like, I think we saw this with Malik Willis, where it was shocking to me when he admitted that, like, he didn't watch film in college. And you're like, ruh-roh.
Right. It's crazy.
Can't get away with that in the NFL ranks. The linebackers are a lot bigger. The secondary is a lot smarter. And we saw that when he couldn't complete passes playing for the Tennessee Titans. All right, so let's switch gears a bit. Let's go to the NBA because we do have some big games in the association tonight. If you love the game, let's start in the Eastern Conference. We've got Game 3 of the Knicks and Pistons series. This series knotted at a game apiece. The Knicks favored in this one on the road, laying a 1.5, total of 214.5. So, Jenks, we earmarked this one as one of our favorite series going into the playoffs. Do we think there's another close game in Detroit tonight?
It should be. I'm going Pistons. Feeling the Pistons. It's going to be a bloodlust in the air tonight. Detroit hasn't hosted a playoff game. Yeah, let's go. Old school, bad boys, Malice at the Palace, bloodlust. They haven't hosted a home game in the playoffs since 2019. But we've already seen in the first two games of this series, going back to the regular season, the Pistons are 4-2 outright against the Knicks. And, look, it's taking nothing away from the Garden. Like, the Garden is an incredible atmosphere. I'm just saying, when it's been so long since you've hosted a playoff game, and especially last year when your team sucked, when you were so bad, like, it's going to be a crazy environment. And also, Cade Cunningham has been just so good against the Knicks all season long. He was great in Game 2. I think you were on that points prop, his over, and that hit. So, and let's not forget, in Game 1, even though, yes, it's part of the game, the Knicks needed like a 21-0 run to stay in that game and eventually beat the Pistons. So I'll take the Pistons on the money line here. Why not?
Yeah, it's wild to me, this number. Like, we went from, and I understand it's in Detroit, so obviously you get some more credit there, is that when we went into the series, the Pistons were getting 6.5 points. So it feels like some respect has been earned by the Pistons. And I think some of this is also, what are we going to see from the Knicks? Because the problem is they've been really inconsistent. To the point where, you know, we've seen like some of their top guys being criticized for all the by all the national media talking heads. I think it was Stephen A. who was going to town on Karl Anthony Towns saying, you know, the hustle wasn't there in the second half, which is strange to say about a Tom Thibodeau coach team, but that's been the case, especially on the defense. So we know Cade Cunningham has all of the power and all of the tools to torch this defense because we've seen it. You know, so far in this series, and we've seen it throughout the regular season, Cade Cunningham averaging well over 30 points per game against the Knicks. So I think that when you have a Pistons team that has nothing to lose, and they're playing at home in front of a crowd that, what did you describe them as? Bloodlust?
Bloodlust.
I think I've ever heard Bloodlust. That sounds like something that should be in like a Dodge Ram commercial. Like, that's one of the most manly things I think you've ever said on this show. Bloodlust.
If you've ever had a bloodlust for a Hemi, the Dodge Ram is for you. Yeah, I can work that in. I'll look at that.
Oh, my gosh.
No one knows trucks like me. When you look at me, what do you see? Blue collar. A guy takes his lunch pail to work every day. It's not easy, but at least I got my Dodge Ram.
Jenks tough.
Just Jenks tough. That's what that is. I got 2 kids and a bear. I can Kodiak that I trained myself. Now, every now and then he likes to wrestle and he'll get me, but I'll get him a lot too, all right? And he's actually, of the 3, the most behaved, honestly.
Yeah, that Grizzly, or that Kodiak, I should say.
That's Kodiak.
What a weird trail that went down, but I do appreciate the return to masculinity for Jenks. I think it's going to be the Pistons in this one as well. So I'll take the 1.5, or you just, you know, take them on the money line at even money let's go Pistons. And that's the team that I'll be rooting for in that game anyway. All right, let's go to the Western Conference. We have game 3 of an absolute disaster of a series for the Grizzlies. They're facing off with the Thunder at home. In this one, Thunder laying 8.5. The Thunder lead this series 2-0, and it would be even more if they get bonus points for the blowout, but they don't. A total of 226.5 in this one. Jenks, I know you've been burned by the series, but sometimes it's tough to bet on games that are blowouts. Like, do you think it's another blowout here? The Thunder are only laying at 8.5, which is a small number based on like some of the other spreads where we got 14.5s.
They've been jinxed tough. That's what makes them great. I mean, we're seeing 9.5 at BetMGM. I'm going to still shop around and see if you can get 8.5. Like, make the case for the Grizzlies. Someone. Oh, they've been praying a lot. Like, I don't know. What is the case for the Grizzlies? The basketball case. There's not. There's not a case for the Grizzlies. Right. I want to see Ja. Maybe Ja goes slingshot tonight. He pulls it back a little bit.
Or he goes religious.
Oh, religious.
He turns the page. He goes from, grenades and gats to I am now one with the Lord.
Yes, taking a page out of Leviticus with that jam. Maybe he goes down that road. I don't know. But I'll tell you this, from a handicapping perspective, the Thunder have played the Grizzlies 6 times. Their last 6 meetings, they've won every single one of those games by double digits. The Thunder have covered in 17 of their last 19 games. Like, if you can get this number under 10, I just think you take it.
Yeah, this feels like one where you bet it and forget it and say the Thunder are damn good. They've been beating the brakes off the Grizzlies, and it just feels like a team that's too tough and too deep because they have so many guys that can do it. They don't even need a monster performance from SGA. They have other guys that can come in and contribute, and especially against this Grizzlies team that has shown no fight, especially in the second half. So I think it's, the Thunder for me laying 9.5. You will not convince me otherwise. Maybe I don't bet it, but I'm certainly not putting my money on the Grizzlies. Of all the series, this one feels the most over to me. All right, so from that to the exact opposite, Nuggets and Clippers have been one of the closest series that we've seen thus far in the first round. Game 3 of this series in LA tonight. Clippers laying 4.5. This series tied at 1 game apiece. Total of 214.5. Jenks, we've been all about the clip show on this show. Do we continue to ride with the home team here?
I kind of think so. Like yesterday when we were looking at Warriors, Rockets, what do we say? Isn't Vegas begging you to bet on the Warriors here? And I was like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not falling for that. And I feel like here, Vegas is begging you to bet on the Nuggets because the first 2 games of this series were 1-possession games. First game went into overtime. The second one came down to the last possession as well. Nuggets could have tied it up. So I think the Clippers are the right side. The Clippers are deeper than the Nuggets. Their players like Jamal Murray and Joker played a lot of minutes. I think they could be a little worn down. But also, let's not forget that during the regular season, and a lot of this came without Kawhi in the lineup, the Clippers were 28-13 against the number at home, second only to the Thunder. It's really surprising to me, but the Clippers at home this season have been a wagon. Now they're healthier. Now Kawhi's playing his best basketball this season, and I feel like this number doesn't make any sense to me. And we've seen some money coming on Denver, so you can get this at Clippers minus 4.5. It was Clippers minus 5.5 yesterday. I'll go against the money. I think it's LA.
Yeah, I think it's LA as well. Like, once you see the beast mode return for Kawhi Leonard, there's no turning back. And I understand you could counter by saying, well, Nikola Jokic has a triple-double. It feels like every single game. The Nuggets have lost games in which Nikola Jokic has scored 62 points. That's the basis for me, is that they need a lot from their other guys, and it just feels like their offense, when it goes through him, I'm not going to say it's like one-dimensional because they do have other guys, but Aaron Gordon has been a little banged up. I just feel like Kawhi's in the zone, and we haven't even had some good games from James Harden. Because that's the other thing. If James Harden can be like a little bit more efficient, I think this is an even better team. 7 of 17 from the field last time around, a little better than game 1. Only scored 18 in game 2, and the Clippers still won. And remember, game 1 in which the Clippers lost, that game went to overtime, and it took late game heroics from Russell Westbrook to secure the dub for the Nuggets. So it's all clip show for me, and it feels like for you as well.
Yeah, I'm on it. I think the Clippers are such an interesting story. What's fascinating to me is it was supposed to be Paul George and Kawhi leading this team to a title. And I don't know if they have the potential to win a title, but it kind of got flipped on its head. And now it's James Harden and Kawhi. So I'm just glad to see Kawhi playing well. I love when superstars are superstars, and I hate to see them sit out for so long because of injuries. So it's been great to see.
Yeah, and Paul George is podcast P now. He's got his own thing going on. It's fine. All right, coming up next, we'll go to Major League Baseball, and we have some daytime games to fill the card. Before the NFL draft, we'll fill you in on our best looks after the break here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a draft day edition of the Daily Tip. Of course, we'll take you all around the world of sports, everything else that's going on. In this segment, we'll give you our best bets in baseball to hold you over until draft day rolls around tonight. So, Jenks, this headline was funny to me, as most of them involving Jerry Jones normally are. All right, so Jerry says the Cowboys are working on, quote, substantive trades for the NFL draft. Do you believe him?
No, I don't. Also, what does that mean?
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you. I know what substantive means, but what my question is, what Jerry believes is substantive versus what everyone else believes is substantive could be two very different things, right? Like we could see him make a deal with the Seahawks, sending a third rounder to Seattle for a second rounder. Be like, substantive trade? And you'd be like, no, I don't think so. So Jerry is always saying things like this, you know, that they don't need to make moves in the offseason or they have a team that can win the Super Bowl. I'm not saying he's going crazy. I'm just saying that Jerry likes to talk. He likes the spotlight. He loves the media. He's the only owner that weekly appears in front of the media. So he's always saying things like this. And it's not, I don't think he's misleading us, but I think in his mind, they'll do that. But whether or not they really play out that way, I feel like is a different thing.
Yeah, because didn't he tell us that they were going to make like a big signing in the offseason prior to or before last season? And
Right.
who'd they sign? Like Rico Dowdle and then like somebody on the secondary. So that's the thing. Fool me once, shame on, I don't know what the saying is, but like bottom line, if you said it once and you didn't deliver, I'm not going to believe you the second time. You keep crying wolf. Jenks, do you know the saying? It's a Texas
Fool me
saying,
once,
isn't it?
shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Or fool me once, you get the worm. I don't know.
I don't remember that one.
No, that's not. I'm just combining these truisms or whatever they're called. I forget what they're called. Does anyone know, Denton? What am I? That's not truisms. It's
Well, that one sounded like a euphemism.
a euphemism.
Yeah.
Maybe a euphemism. Maybe that's what I'm thinking about. Okay. These big words before, like 10 a.m. I need to keep it simple.
I mean, I whiffed on, what did you call it? Because I've heard of substantial, but then I saw it substantive. Substantive?
Nailed it. Perfect.
Just say it really fast and maybe people won't criticize you.
Yeah.
Substantive.
Yeah, I mean, Jerry's going to make these substantive trades, and I feel, what did he say? Was that a word, or did he was he eating something? Maybe
Big
Ryan
trades.
Horvat's sandwich? Yeah. Making big trades. Big
He
trades.
be making them big trades in
There you go.
Texas.
There you go.
There you go. Everything's bigger in Texas. There you go. There's another saying on your way out. So we will see for the Cowboys. I will believe it when I see it. All right, so let's get to today's MLB card and see if we can pick some winners. So I wanted to throw in some of the daytime games just because I know people want to bet on baseball before the draft happens, but I'm not like a huge fan of some of these games. Like, look at the numbers on this Twins game. Like, the Twins are minus 235 over the White Sox. It's the first game on the card. It's the 1:10 Eastern game. Shane Smith goes against Chris Paddock here. Total of 8 runs. I think that you look at this game, you're like, okay, well, do you just take the Twins on the run line? Is it that simple, Jenks, or is this one you're avoiding?
I'm going to avoid it, but I will say just off the top of my head, handicapping, that I would look at the under. I mean, ultimately, Chris Paddock has really struggled for Minnesota. Shane Smith has been pretty good for the White Sox, actually. 0-1, 2.82 ERA, but these teams just don't hit. You know what I mean? They just don't. Like, the White Sox don't hit, and the Twins have really struggled this year as well. So I need to double-check my statistics. But as of, like, a few days ago, you're talking about 2 teams in the bottom 5 of a lot of different hitting categories. So, and it's an early game, and not always, but I feel like early games tend to lend themselves to the under. So I think, believe it or not, I would go under 8.
Yeah, you could sell me on that because obviously it feels like the White Sox could hold up their end of the bargain by not hitting because they're one of the worst offenses in all of baseball. And then if you believe in the Twins to just be average, which they have been all season, I feel like the under certainly makes a lot of sense, or you just go with the Twins on the run line. But I hate taking the run line for home favorites, so I won't. All right, so maybe another daytime game will strike your fancy. How about the Rockies at the Royals? Royals land minus 235. Rockies plus 195 on the money line. Total of 8 runs. Chase Dollander facing off with Cole Ragans. Who do we like, Jenks?
Well, I don't have an opinion, but I know they've been talking about it on the Sports Basement. All right.
It's the Sports Basement.
Hey, Mom! The meatloaf! We want it now! Yeah!
All right. Welcome back to the Sports Basement. Great to have you on a Thursday. We're live across my mom's living room and my dad's workshop. They're not talking right now. I'm not sure why. All I know is when I hear, Sheila, damn it, we've talked about this, that's what I put on my headphones. You guys figure it out. So we got a pretty interesting duel on the mound today in Kansas City. Cole Ragans going for the Royals and Chase Dollander going for the White Sox. I mean, Dollander, I barely know her. All right, don't at me. Todd told me to say that. He said it would slay, and it did not. We'll get him next time, Todd. Anyway, call me a square if you want, but let's just go Royals on the run line, and we'll go to Applebee's tomorrow night.
To Applebee's.
Yeah.
All right, so that was kind of depressing. I feel for the guy in the Sports Basement that has
he's having a tough time.
Problems with his parents. Keep those headphones on, buddy. Just put something on. Just listen to a podcast. How about ours, The Daily Tip? Just search The Daily Tip wherever you get your podcasts. But yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I always thought that, we'd go with like the high puns with Colorado. Be like something with Mile High and, making a joke about smoking weed. But the Sports Basement surprises every single time. Unlike some of those jokes that did not kill. You were right. All right, so other games today that kind of caught my eye. How about our nation's capital, Jenks? Right in your backyard, Nationals.
Yeah.
Small favorites against the Orioles. Nationals minus 115, Orioles minus 105, total of 8.5 runs. Cade Povich goes for the O's. He's 0-2 with a 6.38 ERA. Meanwhile, Washington sends one of their better pitchers to the hill today. Mackenzie Gore is 2-2 with a 3.41 ERA. So, Jenks, are you going to talk me off the Nationals here?
No, I'm not. I love this pick today. Nationals, first 5, money line. Remember last year, we would talk about the Orioles and how there was always value on Baltimore, always value, and now there is not. My, how the turntables have turned. They are overvalued. And here, the Nats are favorites. I'm not backing them with Cade Povich on the mound. Cade. Reminds me of a guy who wears a jean jacket in high school, played quarterback for his team. Oh, Cade, I love how you pop your collar. Cade, your new ride is so sweet, Cade. Great game, Cade. Cade Povich, coming off getting shelled by the Reds. Gave up 7 earned in 3 2/3 innings. Wasn't great before that, Chelsea. 2 runs in 4 2/3 against the Jays. The O's bats have to face Mackenzie Gore. Very good. And the O's bats, as we've talked about this season, are terrible against left-handed pitching. Nats bullpen is awful, so let's stay away from that. Nats first 5 money line is minus 120. I'm going to play it.
Yeah, here's a reality check for people saying, oh, the Orioles are good, right? No, they're 9-14 this year, which is kind of surprising because they've been that team that's been like the young and up-and-coming superstars where maybe you can get some value. Feels like you said, the tables have turned. Now the Nationals sitting at 11-13, and it feels like they've got a nice little roster, especially with Mackenzie Gore on the hill. This is when I will be backing the Nationals here. All right, so a couple other games that I find interesting, like do we go back to the well with the Diamondbacks against the Rays, or how about Jacob deGrom pitching for the Rangers today? He's 0-1 with a 3.32 ERA. We know he can be one of the best pitchers in all of baseball, but he's going on the road to the A's, which surprisingly, one of the best offenses in all of baseball. 4th in MLB when it comes to OPS, one of the best power hitting teams. They rank 4th in home runs. And then you have the other starting pitcher here, JT Ginn. He has decent numbers, but the Rangers are a good hitting lineup. So I think the interesting play for me is looking at the total here, a total of 9. Jenks, do we see runs in this one, or is there another angle that you think you'll be betting on here?
Normally when they play it what is it? Sutter Health
Home.
Park? Sutter Home. God.
Is it Sutter Home or Sutter Health?
I don't know. I think it's Sutter Home. I can never get it right. I almost said Wayfair Park. I'm like, that's definitely not correct. Throwing out the
Sutter
first
Health
pitch,
Park.
Kelly Clarkson.
I was thinking of the wine. Sutter Home is a wine.
Oh, Sutter
Health
Home.
is the
Oh, that's what it is. I think we had some Sutter Home last night, as a matter of fact. Because I swear to God, the lovely Catherine got home and she was like, have a glass of wine with me before I go to bed. I was like, all right. So she went and got some wine, brought it back. And I think there was some Sutter Home. No wonder I was thinking about that. Whatever. I actually think I would go under here. And that makes me nervous because this is an over park. We know that Vegas has adjusted those numbers accordingly. But also Jacob deGrom is Jacob deGrom. And I also think that when you look at the Rangers, they've really lacked power this season, or they've just been an under team, I think is a better way to put it. So one of the best under teams in baseball. So I don't necessarily know if I want to play it, especially if Kelly's going to be there. Makes me nervous. I don't know. I'd go under 9.
I think for me, like last start was a really good sign for Jacob deGrom because he had a little bit of a shaky start to the season where he gave up some runs. But last time around had a quality start against the Dodgers, 7 innings, 7 strikeouts, only 3 hits and 1 earned run. So I think that things are kind of going in the right direction. And I think that's all you need when you need to put like faith in somebody like Jacob deGrom. If his stuff is back and he's feeling healthy for once, I think that is a good sign of things to come. So I think that lends itself to the under. But more than anything, maybe I'll go Rangers in the first 5. Their offense has been a little untrustworthy, but I think Jacob deGrom can shut down the bats of the Athletics, who've been good. But we know Jacob deGrom's stuff is top-level elite when he's feeling himself. Like 7 strikeouts against the Dodgers is no easy feat. So I will go with the Rangers in the first 5. All right, Jenks, free roll here. Any other games that caught your eye this morning?
The only other one that I looked at, and I was trying to handicap this yesterday, I kind of think that the Rays, believe it or not, are live first 5 dog here on the money line. It's only plus 110, but this is essentially a tale of Drew Rasmussen going for Tampa against Corbin Burns. And I know you hear Corbin Burns and you're talking about an elite pitcher, but he hasn't been great thus far. He's been okay in Arizona, and his stuff is sort of, his velocity has ticked down a little bit, hasn't been as effective. At least his metrics aren't as impressive as they were in previous years. Drew Rasmussen has been unbelievable for Tampa. In his last 3 starts, 2 earned runs in 15 and 2/3 innings. Now, I know the Rays don't have the power that the Diamondbacks do. It's not close, but the Rays do actually have, do actually hit for some average. They can push across some runs. So it's not my favorite bet, but I do think if you want a little plus money, I put a sprinkle on the Rays in the first 5. I think they have a chance here.
I think that, or maybe the over, because the one thing about yesterday's game is that it went to the 11th inning. So both teams had to use a ton of pitchers. If you think that both teams can scratch off even a couple runs against the starters, the total in this one's 8. So I know Drew Rasmussen's been good. Corbin Burns obviously wouldn't be shocked if he has a good start. But when it gets to the bullpens, some of these arms have been worn down. We saw a high-scoring game yesterday, 7-6. We know Arizona has been one of the top hitting offenses in all of baseball, ranking in the top 5 in OPS. But surprisingly so, Tampa Bay's not that terrible either when it comes to OPS. So the Rays in the top 10 of most statistical categories in the offense. I think both these pitchers can give up at least a couple runs. So I will go over 8 between the Diamondbacks and the Rays. And of course, we know that is a very hitter-friendly park. All right, Jenk. So it's kind of a small slate. I don't think I'm going to be betting. I might not even bet on any baseball today as far as my official plays go. I know it feels strange, but basketball has been leading the way for me lately.
Yeah.
Is there anything I missed here? Like some of these games are just mess for me. Like Mariners, Red Sox. The Red Sox, maybe I take a look at them, but they're minus 170.
I know.
Is there a way to play them here? Because I do like Garrett Crochet. Brian Wu is decent, but I think I trust the Red Sox lineup more. This one's at home for Boston. But minus 170, when I see a price like that, I just move on.
I know, and it keeps going up. Like early on, it was around minus 150-ish. Then it was minus 165, minus 170. Now it's minus 175 at BetMGM. So I don't mind a juicy money line bet, but now this is getting just a little too expensive. I don't know if I necessarily like the Red Sox on the run line, but I think that's probably the play. Maybe you shop around, or maybe you can parlay it with something, because I do think the Red Sox are going to win this game. So if you like, you know what I could do? You could do like Red Sox money line, Thunder money line, and probably bring this down to a palatable price, or maybe not. But since the line is only 8.5 tonight in Memphis, maybe you could do that. I need to check that. Maybe I'll do that.
Or another way to play it is you can have Garrett Crochet to record a win, which is similar to like you need the Red Sox to basically be winning when he is in the game, and you need him to win the full game. So it's plus 150 for a reason, but if you expect domination from Boston tonight over the Mariners, maybe that's the way you play it if Garrett Crochet turns in another good start. All right, coming up next, our draft of the best sports dads of all time. You won't want to miss it next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Rise and shine, people. It is draft day here on the BetMGM Network. And of course, we'll fill you in on all the angles and all the storylines that you need to know about the draft going into tonight. But first, we're going to have a little fun. We're going to have a draft of our own, and we're going to do the angle of sports dads, because we know there is one sports dad that's going to be in primetime tonight and have a lot of the spotlight, and that is Deion Sanders. Shedeur Sanders, his son, of course, is the wild card, it feels like, of this year's draft. So it got us thinking, who are the best sports dads of all time? So we'll do that. Jenks, before we get to that, how about the power of manifesting? We make fun of this all the time, but I'm pretty sure we have manifested something into existence. We have complained nonstop about YouTube TV and the fact that we can't pick our own games for the multi-view. So now this is actually happening. We saw this. Yes. I saw a tweet yesterday that confirmed that YouTube TV is working on letting viewers pick their own games for the quad box. We did it, Jenks. This is all us.
It's all us, and I just want to say, you don't have to give us credit, but we've been complaining about this for months. And it's about time they keep increasing their prices, by the way. But like every 2 months, YouTube TV is like, hey, sorry, we're going to raise your price another $5 this month. And then it's another $10. Like, if I'm going to pay this money, they should at least provide us with more options. But this is huge, especially because they're implementing it now, which means by the time we get to college football season or the NFL, then we can really go to town.
Yeah, because I feel like this wasn't really an option when you want different sports in the multi-box. Because usually they'll group like sports together. It's like, oh, this person's, a football fan. We'll do these for college games. But like during this year where we have a lot of different things going on, like I want baseball and basketball and like maybe something else, maybe golf, on a Sunday. Yeah. And it feels like that was never in the realm of possibility. So now this is a dream come true. I do feel like if it's the year 2025 and we put a man on the moon like 50 years ago or however long ago that was, we should be able to do this. So it does feel like a long time coming.
Yes, it has been. Think of all the things you can do. I can order and get a sandwich delivered that's not even the sandwich that I like, and it's delicious. We can do that. We can at least be like, boop, boop. And here's the thing, too. This technology, I'm not saying that they could not have implemented it before, but a lot of times I feel like stuff like this goes through a lot of red tape before it actually is implemented when it could have happened sooner. We always tell the same stories on this show because we've done this forever, but very quickly, I remember when I was working for Comcast and I always wanted to get the college football package every year. And I had to go through HR, and HR had to contact Comcast, and then Comcast had to go through this bureaucratic process. And then like 2 weeks later, they're like, the package is added. Well, then I met a guy who worked for the company, and he was awesome. I met him on the street one day. We exchanged numbers. And so every now and then I'd get him Caps tickets. And so I'd call him directly, and I'd be like, hey, can I get the college football package? And he'd go, sure, 1 second, Michael. There you go. I was like, are you honest to God, less than a minute? And so a lot of times I think these things go through so many different avenues. Maybe it's not an apt comparison, but a lot of these things are more simple, I think, than they're made out to be based on whatever the criteria are. So I'm just glad it's happening.
Yeah, I'm glad it's happening too. A dream answered, or a prayer answered for us in the world of sports and the world of YouTube TV. All right, so let's start our draft of the best sports dads of all time. And since Denton is the new guy on the show, Denton Day, our new producer, we're going to let him choose first. Denton Day, you are on the clock.
Very kind to let me go first. The board is massive for this. I have so many ideas. I have one pick that I'm holding in my back pocket that I think is going to win me this draft, so I'm just putting that out there now. But I'm going to start with the number one overall pick in our 2025 Daily Tip Sports Dads Draft. I'm going to take LeVar Ball. I'm taking him off the board. He got 2 kids in the NBA, another one that's rapping pretty well in 2025. There is nothing this man can't do. I got LeVar Ball with the number one overall pick.
Except for I don't think he can walk anymore. Didn't he get his foot amputated?
Jeez.
So he can't do
Remember
that
that
anymore,
sport?
at least with his natural foot. But I believe he can still walk in some capacity.
Thank God for prosthetics in 2025. The man he can still speak. You know what I mean? We were never worried about his athleticism. It was always, him talking. That's a good call of our ball.
Everything he said came to fruition, except he didn't talk about his son being a rapper. But that still happened.
That's true. And he didn't beat Michael Jordan one-on-one. I mean, I wanted to see that go down, but unfortunately,
he didn't manifest that well
He
enough.
didn't manifest
but
that.
It's crazy to me that like 2 or 3 years ago, I don't think anybody would put him in this draft. But you're right. Like everything he's done for his children has come to fruition. So sports dad of the draft for us here on the Daily Tip. All right, David, you're next, brother. Who you taking?
All right, my pick is in. I am going with Archie Manning. How can you not?
Yeah.
Eli, Peyton. Oh, yeah, and by the way, he's got some grandson down in Texas playing some good ball, too. So, I mean, and to be quite honest, the most athletic Manning of them all, Cooper, unfortunately got injured, or he'd probably be in this conversation as well. So I'm going with Archie Manning with my number 2 overall pick.
Yeah, it's not a
good.
shock. Jenks, did he poach it from you? I
Yes.
saw the look on your face.
I mean, yes, of course. Archie's the GOAT, man. They need to, I can't say that on the air. I'm just saying the man has produced some. So I caught myself. I'm like, how do you present this in a way?
Ruh-roh.
Just don't say it, Michael. Ultimately, the man produces great quarterbacks. And I just love how much he's revered by his family. Like from Eli and Peyton to even Arch. I don't know if you've ever seen Arch interact with Archie. I mean, he was named after Archie. And so it's really awesome to see like they all revere him because he was the original and has done an awesome job just, bringing this family along in a way that's, imagine having to do this with multiple sons in the brightest of spotlights. So yeah, that was the guy I was going to choose initially.
Yeah, imagine being in the Manning family and being like the wife and you have to have a son.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about this. Like, imagine you're a Manning wife and like all you produce are like daughters and like, come on, what are you doing? She can't be a quarterback. I don't know. I feel like that's a lot of pressure in the Manning family.
Oh yeah, I guarantee you, if they had a daughter, she'd be like amazing at something. I just feel like that's just in their genes. And she would.
But it's just quarterback is synonymous with the Manning name. All right, Jenks, you can't pick Archie Manning. So who are you gonna take with the 3rd overall pick in the Daily Tip Dad Draft?
I can't believe this. I'm gonna say with the 3rd pick in the Daily Tip Draft, Dad Draft, I'm going with LeBron James. Believe it or not.
Damn it. Yeah. Damn it. That's a great pick.
I have criticized the selection of Bronny, okay? However, there is no denying that if you look at LeBron, by all accounts, he's been an awesome father, a great role model, and look, he protects his son and looks out for his son at every turn. He drafted his son. Don't tell me the Lakers made that decision. That was LeBron's decision. And then he got in Stephen A's face like, get my son's name out of your mouth. So you can say what you want about the whole Bronny thing, and we've talked about that plenty. But as far as being a father goes, there's no denying LeBron James has been and continues to be a pretty fantastic dad. So I'm going with LeBron.
Yeah, I knew that would be a high pick. I knew somebody would take that, and I feel like it's a good one because as much as people like to make fun of LeBron, doesn't it feel like he's always staying out of trouble? Like, if you look at somebody who's had the spotlight on him for so long, since he's been in high school, he has been heralded as the next big thing in basketball, and it feels like he's made very few missteps, like no big ones. Like maybe there's some things where people say like, oh, he's unlikable. He did that thing where he took his talents to South Beach. But as far as like criminal record, like he hasn't made one mistake. It feels like he's done a great job at being a great role model, not only for his kids, but kids across America. All right, so next up, it is my turn. I get the 4th overall pick in this year's Dad Draft. All right, so I feel like I had to implement a bit of strategy here because I had the 4th overall pick. I knew some of these dads would be off the board. So I feel like I had to go with one that none of you guys would pick. And I feel like when we think of dads, we think of father-son combos. But for me, I'm going to go with the ultimate girl dad. I'm going to go with Kobe Bryant, somebody who had 4 daughters and the ultimate champion of women's basketball. We knew he was very famous for mentoring Sabrina Ionescu, Diana Taurasi, Haley Van Lith. So I feel like for his contributions to women's basketball and making it cool to be a girl dad, because like I understand, like men want to have sons, but Kobe was the ultimate example of like, you can be a great girl dad and influence, women's basketball. So I feel like I'm going to go with Kobe Bryant for my first pick.
Oh, well done. I think it's a great call. I mean, he was awesome. Continues to inspire to this day. Great girl dad. Great choice.
Yeah, had to zig when y'all zag. So that's the pick that I am going to go with. All right, next up, it is my pick again, since I am also the 5th pick. We are doing a snake draft. So with the 5th overall pick in the NFL, or excuse me, the Daily Tip Dad Draft, I am selecting all right. So I'm going to go to the baseball world for my 5th overall pick. And I'm going to go with Ken Griffey Sr. If you think of father-son duos, Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. has to be one of the best ones you think of. If you think of swag, you think of Hall of Famers, 2 of the best to ever do it. So he gets credit for producing one of my favorite baseball players of all time, and Ken Griffey Jr. So I'm going to go with Ken Griffey Sr. for my other pick. All right, so we have like 30 seconds. Den, you want to throw in another pick here quickly?
I think we're going back to Jenks snake draft wise. So Jenks,
go for it.
My bad.
Have at it.
You sure you're gonna give me the next pick?
Yeah.
Oh, you are a savage. I'm taking Dion. I'm taking Dion off the board. He's gonna be sitting there with sunglasses. His son, potentially plural, are gonna get drafted tonight. It's probably only gonna be one this weekend. But I'm taking Dion off the board.
All right. That's a good pick.
Dion is off the board, and we have to get to break. We need to do that again soon. That was fun. All right, got to get to break. Hour 3 is next on the Daily Tip.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans, and it's draft day. BetMGM tonight is crashing your airwaves starting at 7 Eastern with live pick reactions and key fantasy spins only on the BetMGM network.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is an NFL Draft Thursday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. It is a Thursday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour. Yeah, we're all about the draft. We'll get you set with what we expect to happen with the Tennessee Titans about to be on the clock. Then in 20 minutes, we'll continue previewing tonight's event in Green Bay as we bring in Ryan Fowler, NFL analyst for the Draft Network. And then we try to make you some cash with our best bets. That is in 40 minutes. Also, hello to our audience on Stadium. You can stream us on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms as well. Are you looking forward to tonight when you've got X pulled up on your phone and they're about to make a pick and Adam Schefter puts it out there before Roger Goodell announces it? I feel like that's always the worst.
Yeah, it's definitely a spoiler. Spoiler alert. Do not
Spoiler.
open your X if you don't want to see the picks. But this is what he beats his chest about. Like, this is what the insiders live to do. They want to scoop everybody. And if Adam Schefter is going to scoop every single person and every single team for every single pick, he gonna do it. So maybe you don't open X up if you don't want to see it. I personally don't really care that much, like, because they're just announcing it. And usually it's not that early. Like, usually it's like a couple minutes before. So it doesn't really ruin the intrigue for me.
I think what I'm going to do is about an hour before the draft, I'll be like, sources tell me the Titans are prepared to select Cam Ward with the number 1 overall pick. And I'll beat Schefter to the punch. How about that?
Ooh.
Yeah.
You should. You should do it.
And then the funny thing is, like, obviously that's stupid, but the blowback you would get, like, yeah, obviously, you idiot. It would just be like one response after the other. So I will just stay off. I'll just watch your tweets. That's what I'll do.
But you'll get a lot of engagement for it. Like, this is what people do on social media now. They say stupid things just so people will engage with their tweets, with their posts, whatever. It's called rage baiting. So, Jenks, that could be your new avenue. You could be the new Skip Bayless of the network.
I cannot do this. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Shiloh Sanders is better than Shedeur Sanders and should be a top 5 pick. And you'll be like, oh, dude, I can't. I'm not one of those, like, rage watchers or hate watchers. If I don't like someone, I'm just like, nope, I have no interest in what you're saying. But that has worked out clearly for a ton of people.
So what do you do when you see those type of tweets? Do you feel obligated to respond? Do you keep it moving? Or is there like a certain like post or something where like, all right, I got to say something? Because like most of the time I'm pretty good at exercising the discipline, but occasionally it's like so terrible. And if you check the replies and they don't pass the vibe check, I feel like it is my duty as a citizen to correct all of the people in the replies.
I mean, every now and then, if I see something that's egregious journalistically or something that's very disingenuous to a point where it sort of crosses a line, then I'll say something and call someone out. But for the most part, now it's become so prevalent that it's everywhere. Like if you scroll, I mean, it's just like one garbage hot take after another. So you'd be busy all day long.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you this in the previous segments and I didn't get around to it. How often do you think these insiders are wrong? Because like we've seen this before, even, you know, from the best names in the business, like even one last night, Diana Rossini tweeted something to the effect of like George Kittle is missing practice because it's contract related and he wants to become the highest paid tight end in the game per source. George Kittle responded on Twitter and said, your source is incorrect.
I mean, they don't always get it right. And it's not a knock. Like I was never someone who really wanted to be a beat reporter because, certainly I've done it at times, but I'd rather lean into the creative side. But it's a very fine line because you have to, number one, make sure your source is rock solid. Number two, ideally, you'd like to get some sort of backup there. And then number three, sometimes people have an agenda, even though you might have a relationship with them. So it's a tricky line to sort of dance on.
Yeah. So in that situation, do you ask George Kittle outright? Like if you have his number? Because she probably has lines to just about everybody. But it's also tricky because, maybe his agent is saying something different. Because when there's an agent involved, maybe his agent did ask for that and George Kittle wasn't privy to it. Because I'm sure his agent's trying to get the best deal for him. So sometimes it's a matter of he said, she said.
No. Absolutely right. That's just one of the pitfalls, and a lot of times they do get it right, but that's one of the pitfalls of being sort of that interwoven with any league, and especially the NFL. We have the draft tonight, Chelsea, and we've got some interesting prop picks here that are going to be fun to get into. Before we do that, let's talk about Shedeur for just a second. Isn't he going to be sort of the story? Yesterday, when this rumor came out that an anonymous NFL head coach said, he interviewed terribly, he's selfish, he doesn't care about anyone else, he passes the buck, passes the blame. And I don't know if this is directly responsible, but the over-under for his draft slot fell from 8.5 to 21.5. So potentially drafted by the Saints to potentially drafted by the Steelers. If you look at the draft experts right now, Daniel Jeremiah says Shedeur 21 to Pittsburgh. Todd McShay, round 2, number 33 to Cleveland. Chris Sims, not even putting Shedeur in round 1. Dane Brugler has him 21 to Pittsburgh. Mel Kiper and Field Yates have him at 9 to the Saints. So all these guys are plugged in some form or fashion, and yet their prognostications are all over the place.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it so tough to predict when you have all these guys where this is their lane and this is their chosen profession and this is their big day and none of them can seem to agree. So do you pick who you trust the most? Who's the biggest name on here when it comes to the draft? Is it Mel Kiper? I feel like he has been the biggest name. Todd McShay. I always think of that Saturday Night Live skit, or maybe it's Mad TV where it's Todd. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Where they make fun of Mel Kiper Jr.
Todd.
From a betting standpoint, if you are betting on the draft, I personally will not be because I think it's an information-based market. I don't have any insider information. But if you liked the under when Shedeur was 8.5, you should really love it at 21.5 because we see this in the draft all the time where there are smoke screens and there are things that are released to try to, muddy the waters for other teams. And especially when it comes to quarterbacks, even if Shedeur is not a generational talent, I feel like one team is not going to have the discipline to pass over a quarterback, especially teams that need a quarterback. Because that's the thing. If you pass on a quarterback and he ends up being a great quarterback, you look really stupid. And you passed up on a huge return on your investment. So, Jenks, I think this is a testament to, do we think these teams have enough discipline to let Shedeur slide? So would you take the under 21.5, or do you say, hey, he's just not that good?
I think the Shedeur hate, and I'm not a huge Shedeur Sanders fan, but I think the Shedeur hate, if you will, has kind of gotten out of hand. He's still a very good quarterback, right? And I think Mel Kiper has him at his number 1 overall quarterback ranked ahead of Cam Ward. If you follow Mel Kiper, you can follow different guys. Ultimately, I take the under here. I think at some point, I can't see him falling into the second round. The Steelers will grab him at 21 if he's available. Why wouldn't they? They're gonna not select Shedeur Sanders if he's sitting there, and they're gonna roll with Mason Rudolph. Yeah, so I'd go under.
Let me ask you a fun question before we move on. If you're a Steelers fan, who do you want? Shedeur, Aaron Rodgers, or Kirk Cousins?
Oh, let's ask Andrew. It's Shedeur, and also I'll say this: he's dying. He's dying. Here's the thing. This would be the perfect situation for Shedeur. I don't know if this whole thing is true about him being entitled, whatever. But I'll say this. Regardless, if there's one coach who can absolutely coach anyone coming from any situation, it's Mike Tomlin, and they need a quarterback. Perfect situation. Chelsea, how about some of these bets? Credit to Denton for finding these. First 5 pick trifecta. Will Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, and Ashton Genty all go in the top 5? I say yes. Yes is minus 105. No is plus 110. I might bet this.
It feels like the odds on this should be longer, though, right? Because it's essentially a parlay of 5 picks. And I understand Cam Ward's like minus 20,000 or something. I don't know. Like, it feels like maybe we do have some chaos in this year's NFL draft, because isn't this the projected order, like consensus by most people? Like Ashton Genty, I think, is like the new addition where everybody thinks Jacksonville is going to take him at 5, and maybe he does. But I don't know. Like, all these seem like they would make perfect sense. But man, if we have every single one of the first 5 picks go to exactly who they're projected to, what a boring draft. I don't think I want to bet on a boring draft.
I think it's going to be a boring draft. Unless the Bears do something. Double D keeps saying in the chat, he's in Chicago. He keeps saying the Bears are going to do something. So we'll see. But even then, apparently, they want Ashton Genty. So if they move up, you know, he still goes in the top 5. That could change the rest of the draft, obviously. But we'll see. How about this? Will the Packers draft a receiver in the first round? Plus 350. Get this. The Packers have not drafted a wide receiver in the first round since 2002 when they drafted Javon Walker. The last time the Packers drafted a receiver in the first round, the top song in America was Ain't It Funny by J-Lo and Ja Rule. The top movie in America was The Scorpion King, starring a little-known actor by the name of Dwayne Johnson. The Rock. I mean, I would say they're not going to draft a receiver. They just don't. They just don't do this. They never draft a receiver.
Right. It feels like they're making a line in the sand saying we can get guys who we don't have to pay a premium on as far as wide receivers go. And it doesn't feel like this is going to be the year. Like, maybe it happens, but like if they show you their patterns of behavior, why wouldn't you believe them? It's only plus 350 though. Like, you'd think maybe the odds would be longer. So I'm not going to be taking this bet, even though I do yearn for the days where J-Lo and Ja Rule were ruling the top charts. I used to love their songs. That was like middle school days for me. That was all over my burnt CDs on my Walkman.
Is that when you were on AOL Messenger and you were back babe?
Ooh. 963.
96. Oh,
nailed it.
Sorry, I forgot the 963. 963.
No, I'm saying you did a good job of remembering back.
I was trying. All right.
That was a good pull, Jenks.
Oh, thanks.
So what was that? I don't want to calculate the era because I don't want to be wrong. But like, yeah, Jenks, you were like 45 then, right? What was your era in life when Ja Rule was like every other song on the radio was him? Do you remember?
I think I was
as vividly
49.
As me?
No, well, God, it was. How was it then? Oh, God, this is taking it way back. Oh, I'm terrible with math. I was in my early 30s.
Like what? I think it's like stages of life. Because like,
I
don't
28.
remember my exact. So, okay. All right. So maybe it wasn't as meaningful for you. Because like these were the jams for like the middle school
Are you kidding me?
parties where it was
28?
like-
Oh, my God. This was absolute jam. This was everywhere. Ja was hot. J-Lo was hot, man. The Scorpion King, whatever. But,
Scorpion King was hot.
Wow, the Scorpion King was hot. People couldn't get enough of the Scorpion King. I remember that was at the box office. Just crushing it. Great time. Who will cry first when Shedeur Sanders is drafted? Shedeur is plus 110. Dion, minus 150. Lay the juice. It's going to be Dion. His son getting drafted. Or I will say this, though. If Shedeur falls, Coach Prime could be angry. If he goes early, that's my son. I came here. You know, here he is. It's his moment. I played in the NFL. Now he's a pro football player. But if he falls, Coach Prime might be angry.
I think he'll cry no matter what.
Yeah.
Because people like to make a lot about, guys falling in the draft, but like it's still a dream fulfilled, to even have a shot in the NFL. And especially for Shedeur, somebody who did not start out at a big time school. And somebody who did not start out is like one of these highly recruited quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be Dion. Lay the juice at minus 150.
I think so as well. Who will Travis Hunter hug first? Mom is even money. Dad is plus 125. Dad granted permission to travel. His fiance, 8-1. There's your live dog right there. Could be mom, but he's going to get married. Travis Hunter is in what, Chattanooga? That's coming up soon. They're feeling the love. You take the fiance at 8-1.
It depends on how aggressive she is, because we've seen this in years past with girlfriends who have been super aggressive. Like, remember when CeeDee Lamb's girlfriend reached for his phone? He was like, no. So I wouldn't put it past her at 8-1. She's had the spotlight. She wants more. Let's go fiance 8-1.
Yeah, who was the golfer? Was it Bryson DeChambeau? Who was it where his girlfriend was walking beside him and she was trying to get up on him as he was walking to the tee? He's like, nah. He's like, don't try and get in front of the camera here. Do you remember that? I forget who it was.
I don't know who that was.
I got to look that up, guaranteed. Coming up next, who will be the first player to give Roger Goodell a big old bear hug? More coverage from Ryan Fowler, NFL analyst from the Draft Network, is next in the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. Happy draft day. Do people say that? I don't think so. They definitely don't say it like that. If you do, don't ever say it like that, ever. It is NFL draft day, so coming up, we'll bring in Ryan Fowler, NFL analyst for the Draft Network, and we will talk about it. Tonight, if you're here in D.C., come on down. I'll be at Tom's Watch Bar with Fred Smoot covering the draft for the Commanders. We can talk a little sports betting from here on the Daily Tip, talk a little draft. But the thing is, the Commanders drafted 29. Like last year, it was easy. Number 2 overall pick, big crowd. They take Jaden Daniels. Everyone's happy. This year, there's a possibility we're there for hours, and I mean until the bar closes, and then all of a sudden, there's a real possibility we get to 29 and they trade back. So we could end up being there for no pick whatsoever. In fact, I was told just, I mean, it's a possibility for sure. We're going to be there for a long time.
Yeah, so my implication is that you guys gonna be drunk by the time the Commanders have
That is
to pick,
probably
right?
true.
This
Probably.
is the ultimate test of discipline. Like we talk about these teams that have to show some discipline and maybe don't go for Shedeur Sanders in the first round, since maybe he's not as good as some of these projections show. But for you and Fred Smoot,
I know.
how many drinks are you gonna have to turn down?
Probably a few. Also, this is going to be shocking. He's a bigger person than I am. I mean, he's not a monster, but he did play in the NFL, so I can't match him drink for drink. I got to be careful. So, especially that last hit that we do. That sounded like drugs. The last live hit that we do. The last hit that we do is really going to be the one. But when they send it out to us late after the draft pick, after we're, have been out there for hours, that's going to be the real test right there of professionalism.
Yeah, pro tip, you need to eat something.
Yes.
I feel like we've run into this problem before where we don't eat before we have these like show get-togethers. And then they're like, wonder why I got so drunk. Yeah, you didn't eat dinner. So Jenks, I think you need to have some appetizers on hand during the show.
That's a good idea. Might just order a meatball sub that I discovered yesterday.
Ooh,
yeah.
That'll
lay
look
that base.
really sexy on air.
Does he have marinara sauce as a mustache? Clean that guy up. Who's going to eat tonight in the NFL draft and get a pick that will change the direction of their franchise? Let's find out and bring in Ryan Fowler. He is an NFL and college football analyst for the Draft Network, also host of the Commanding the Huddle podcast. Used to work for the Commanders, I believe. So, Ryan, get on in here. Thanks for being with us. And let's start with Cam Ward at the top. So this is pretty obvious. We know he's going to the Titans, but Adam Schefter had that tweet, last week where he said, Cam Ward would be ranked 7th if he were in last year's draft class. Do you believe that?
Yeah, first things first, guys. Appreciate you having me on. Happy to be here. Happy draft day to you guys as well. I think when you look at Cam Ward last year, for me, he'd be in that team's bucket as well. I'd probably have him right in that Michael Penix, Bo Nix type of tier for me. We got kind of spoiled, right, last year with the top 3 with Caleb, with Jaden, and with Drake, and what all 3 of those guys were in year 1. But Cam Ward, for me, is the clear quarterback 1 here in the 2025 draft. There's, of course, Shedeur Sanders' evaluations all over the place. I personally have a second-round grade on Shedeur right now, but Cam is just a dynamic type of football player with the ball in his hands. The ability to create inside of structure, guys, and outside of structure is something that's going to translate right away to the NFL level and whatever offense he's going to land in. That is going to be the Tennessee Titans. So excited to see him there and just go to work. That's someone that leads with confidence, leads with his play. The poise is off the charts, and someone that I expect right away to come in there and help the Titans work back to relevancy in the AFC South.
Yes, relevancy. That's the goal for the Titans. I am a Titans fan. I'm a little jaded, so relevancy would be great. All right, so you gave us a little breadcrumb there. You think Shedeur Sanders is going in the 2nd round? I think this is going to be where most of the drama in the draft lies, is where Shedeur goes. Because I think the question for me is, I understand that the draft grades have not been maybe as good as Shedeur had hoped, but do you think there's a team that goes rogue? Because with quarterbacks in some of these franchises, it just feels like they can't help themselves. Do you think there's a way he goes in the 1st round?
Absolutely. Again, I have a second-round evaluation, but would not be shocked we see Shedeur Sanders likely come off the board. As of right now, I think the fit the clearest fit, guys, is at 21. There's Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Tomlin. They have George Pickens for now, DK Metcalf in the building. They have some pieces around him. So absolutely, it only takes one team to fall in love. And I think at the end of the day, there's no consensus really past, you would say, 5 right now with what the Jaguars are going to likely do. You could say that, look, it takes one team. Shedeur Sanders, we really like you. We like what the traits you have. We love the confidence, the toughness that you play with under center, even though there are some concerns as far as the fundamental talent that you have at the position and how that's going to project to the NFL level, taking you from Colorado where everything really was handed to you with a silver spoon and putting you now in an alternate environment where you're leading a locker room, bottom line, with a guy of grown men instead of just 19 to 20, 22-year-olds. It matters, and it's very different. So Shedeur, it takes one team, and that's really can say that for everybody, especially in this class where you can look at that 20, I would say to 70 to 80 bucket to where there is no consensus as far as where players are going to go, and would not be surprised even when we get to, of course, the teams like the Commanders at 29, whether they stay there or not, to grab a guy that may be a little bit of a surprise considering where the consensus is on the certain top 32 names, if you will, in this class.
Ryan, we were discussing this earlier. If there is a team in the top 10 perhaps, or maybe outside of the top 10 that you think could move up or down, which team do you think that would be?
Yeah, when you look at it right now, Carolina at 8 has fielded a lot of calls here the last few days to potentially move back. They are better focused on either Jalen Walker, pass rusher from Georgia, or Tator McMillan from, of course, Arizona. Now, Dallas is right there at 12. Their focus is on Matthew Golden or Tator McMillan, so they couldn't go maybe too far. I know San Francisco has potentially talked about trading up and making a move. They have 11 picks in John Lynch's back pocket right now with 4 of those in the top 100. So really, look at teams inside the top 13 selections right now. I would look at San Francisco at 11 and Carolina at 8 as far as movement.
All right, so this year's draft, it feels like we have a good crop of running backs, led by Ashton Genty, which now the rumors are saying that he's going to go 5 to the Jags. But we do have some interesting ones behind him. I think that there's not necessarily a consensus on which guy is the number 2 prospect. It looks like it's probably going to be Omarion Hampton out of North Carolina. Travion Henderson had a great year for Ohio State. How do you see the running back class shaping up?
Guys, I love the running back class. I really do. There's going to be about 25 names in this thing that we likely hear come off the board in all 3 days. For me, there isn't a huge gap between Ashton Genty and Omarion Hampton from North Carolina. I think Omarion is a special type of football player that is gifted, that can work through you. He can go around you. He can go over you and have that unique ability. And also, at just 22 years old, he's someone else that's going to enter the league with less wear and tear on the tires than what Ashton Genty will as well. So I think looking back into day 2, there are a lot of guys with different skill sets and body types. What I mean by that is you could have your big physical type of ball carriers with your Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State, Damian Martinez from Miami, or, of course, everyone's favorite, and Cam Scatterbo from Arizona State. Or you could have your shiftier type of backs, your Jordan James from Oregon, former receiver turned running back, and a Brashard Smith from SMU. It's going to be really a flavor of the month for these teams as far as finding guys that they really want to fit into certain schemes of their offensive architecture. So really like this running back class. There's going to be guys in all 7 rounds. Even if you don't need one, if you're a Philadelphia, if you're the Colts with a Jonathan Taylor, you may have your guy in the building, but it'd be silly to not at least bring a guy in the building in this draft because the class is so talented and so deep.
Ryan, I wanted to ask you about Travis Hunter. It looks like he's going to the Browns, and we know he plays on both sides of the football. And the Browns have talked about that and mentioned, okay, he could be the Shohei Ohtani of the sport. But is that really doable in today's day and age when you look at his tape? He's got a slight build, but there's no questioning his talent.
I think if anybody is to do it, Mike, it's going to be Travis.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. I try to not use that buzzword these days, is the generational stuff. I've personally never seen someone come in with an all-pro type of potential guys at receiver and at corner. He is a special type of football player. And if you have him at receiver right away, which I would say I would expect right now if I'm Cleveland, and you're looking at your defense, and they have some talented corners there in Cleveland, of course, headlined by Denzel Ward. But if your corner is getting worked a little bit and number 12 sitting beside you on the sideline, then how are you going to answer that? And vice versa, you guys can't separate on offense, and he's standing beside you. How are you going to compensate that? So I think Travis Hunter is a dynamic football player from day one. It's scary to say that for me, he's one of the highest floor players in this class right away because he's such a polarizing prospect as far as just how dynamic and electric he's going to be from day one. He's a clean player. I just think the small concerns, guys, and as you mentioned, the frame, he's a little bit light. He's going to be attacked in the ground game as a corner. Is he going to be able to get off press man coverage as a receiver off the line of scrimmage? But sign me up for Travis Hunter as a receiver, as a corner. Is it 100% of the time, like we saw against Texas Tech playing darn near 200 snaps in a ball game? No, I don't see that at all. But potentially a 70-30 type of split or maybe more, I think he's absolutely capable of doing that for sure.
All right, so people love to talk about high ceiling, but you kind of mentioned, the high floor as well with guys like Travis Hunter. What about guys who have a very low floor? Who has the biggest bust potential in this draft?
Yeah, I think there's one guy, and I would say this is probably a little bit of a chalky pick here, but Shamar Stewart for some people. I'm higher on the consensus, guys, in the edge rusher out of Texas A&M, considering what he was asked to do this year for the Aggies and play 4-eye over the offensive tackle and really stop the run instead of pin his ears back and get after the quarterback. But a lot of teams really want to sell themselves on the physical traits and then the production, specifically at the SEC level. And that bottom line wasn't there this year. However, disruption in my book is production. And I think if you just turn on the Texas A&M tape to where a lot of guys cleaned up sacks for Shamar, it does showcase that profile at the next level to where if someone like the Jets or Carolina or New Orleans in that back end of the top 10 to say, hey, look, Shamar, we want you to come in, pin your ears back, and flat out get after the quarterback. I think that is where he's going to showcase his ceiling. But asking him to do some things where, hey, I want to live at 4-eye and stop the run 80% of the time, there may be some concerns there as far as just not allowing him to be a pure athlete, trying to be maybe a robot and limit him, put him in a box a little bit along the front seven. So I think Shamar Stewart is up there. Nick Amanwori as well, the safety from South Carolina, is very scary for me, guys. I think someone that the height, weight, length, speed, all of that is there. He has a Herculean athletic profile. But the ability as a football player, where everybody's big, fast, strong at the NFL level, and the ability to just marry that football player, athlete. When you can marry both, you get yourself a blue chip type of prospect. And he is one player in the back end of round one, early portions of day two, that currently scares me right now if he's not able to consistently find that nuance as a safety, as a three-level defender at the NFL level, away from him just being one of these Herculean type of athletes.
Ryan, we just have a couple minutes remaining, but just based on your own analysis, tape watching, whatever it is, who is someone that is not a big name that just jumps off the screen to you?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I think there's a couple guys. In today's day and age, guys, as you know, analytics plays such a big part in the evaluation process, and sometimes it's just nice turning on the tape and seeing a really good football player. For me, that's Xavier Restrepo, the wide receiver from Miami. There's been a lot of good players down there in Miami. Michael Irvin, Reggie Wayne, Santana Moss come to mind at the receiver position. None of those guys have more receptions or receiving yards ever in the history of Miami Hurricanes football. And Xavier Restrepo ran 4.8 at his pro day. For a lot of teams, that's not going to impress. But for me, turning on his tape against Virginia Tech, running away on a crossing route against a guy like Dorian Strong, where Dorian runs 4.4. That's running a little bit. That's moving a little bit. And Xavier is he understands the nuances, guys, of the position at the receiver spot. So he's not someone that's going to be an X receiver right away. I'm not asking him to be Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. But these are the types of players that win over the intermediate areas of the field that will likely come off the board in that third to fourth round bucket, potentially even later now, and someone that if you want on your football team when it gets to the nitty-gritty of a season, you're pushing for the playoffs or you're in a divisional game, you want Xavier Restrepo as a top 4 receiver on your offense because, he does all the little things well, has some of the best hands in the class, just understands the finer nuances and details of the position.
Man, I love that. He's one of those guys, and I'm a draft elder, but watching a few Miami games this season, you're absolutely right. He was unstoppable at times. He is an NFL and college football analyst for the Draft Network, host of the Commanding the Huddle podcast, and follow him on X at _Ryan Fowler _ It is Ryan Fowler. Ryan, we appreciate the time and great analysis. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah. Tell you what, now, after hearing him, I'm a little more excited about the draft. Maybe it won't be boring at all.
Well, you can just drink until the Commanders go, and then it'll be real interesting. Everything's interesting when you're a little buzzed.
That's true. I'll be like, it doesn't matter who we got. We had Jaden Daniels. I mean, just trust in Adam Peters. We're probably just gonna straight back anyway. We want to do a shot. That's probably how it's gonna go tonight. Hopefully not.
Yeah, that's the trick to like being social at parties. Everything's interesting. Even that girl who keeps telling you about her gluten-free diet, you're like, oh my God, tell me more. Oh, gluten's in mascara? I never would have guessed that. And you're just like, can I get another shot, please? And you just drink yourself into oblivion.
That is a great strategy. Maybe it'll happen tonight. Who knows? Coming up next, we may not have any draft bets on the card, but we have some wagers for sure. Next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans, and it's draft day. BetMGM tonight is crashing your airwaves starting at 7 Eastern with live pick reactions and key fantasy spins only on the BetMGM Network.
Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is draft day. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. We have the Donkster and our best bets coming up, and we're going to finish the show strong. Oh, yeah. Let's rock. This was the highlight of someone's career. He's going off for an instrumental to be played on a radio show. Thank you, Double D. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Chelsea, I am going to have a talk with my next-door neighbor soon. He doesn't like me at all. He doesn't speak to me. No, he doesn't like me. His wife's very nice, but he doesn't like me. I think I told you this because one night I was trying to make Catherine laugh. And she was cackling. She's like, why don't you do that anymore? I'm like, because he caught us. Remember I told you I was doing like kung fu in front of his peephole? And then he opened his door, and I immediately acted like I was just going, God, so I don't do that anymore. Anyway, I have heard him yelling, like through the wall, like screaming. And I'm like, this has been going, and it's gotten progressively worse over the last month because the walls in our building are not as thick as they should be. And then I realized he's gaming. And like he's dropping F-bombs and going crazy because I don't know what he's playing. He's, God, you're so stupid. What the F is going? God, you're an idiot. And at first I'm like, is he fighting with his wife? You know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we've heard fights before. I mean, and all of a sudden I'm like, he's yelling at the screen. Like whoever he's playing with or against whatever it is. It's just constant, like, you're so stupid. God, I hate you. What the hell? You know, and just I'm yelling. Yesterday, I was trying to work on the show, and all I hear is this guy yelling. And I'm going to have to say, hey, if you can just, like, tone it down a touch, that would be great. I'm not offended by it. It's just loud and kind of obnoxious.
Ooh, new business idea. Hire a professional gamer to beat the brakes off of one of your enemies in said chosen video game, because this gets the people riled up. Like I've seen my husband back when we lived on the West Coast, he used to play really late at night, so it'd be like in the morning in like China or something. So he'd be playing like Call of Duty against these like 12-year-old Asian boys, and they would be like saying stuff in like different languages. I told you about the time that somebody said that I sounded like I was fat. That made me angry. But nothing gets under the skin of like men who are playing video games is when somebody's like beating them mercilessly, especially when that's a teenager. So what you need to do is you hire a professional gamer to operate under the handle of like 12-year-old phenom or something, and then have him beat this person that you don't like and just get him riled up more.
Yeah. He's the only person in the building. I get along with almost everybody. What is bothersome about it is that like I'll see him and I'll be like, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Nothing. Doesn't even, like, he just acts like I'm not even there. It's really strange. So.
Okay, pause.
Yeah.
Is this the guy that stole the pictures of you and Catherine from your trash?
No, it's a different guy. Yeah.
I guess you get along with that person.
I actually do get along. I almost said his name. I get along with him really well, but that definitely changed the, my narrative. And there's something else which I can't repeat on the show. I'll tell you off the air.
Spill the tea, sis.
I can't say it. I can't say it. But between that story and knowing that I think he stole a picture or pictures of me and Catherine, it's not great. It's not great. So nice guy.
Pictures,
great
plural?
neighborhood.
We had a couple of old pictures that we had, and we had like duplicates, and then the frame was damaged or something. And so we put them in the trash downstairs. And I forget how I figured it out, but I saw him sort of heading there as I was leaving. And then I remember I'd forgotten something like, oh, you know what? Why don't we just keep the frame or something? Whatever it was. I go back down immediately. The pictures are gone. And I'm like, you just took these out of the trash bin?
I would move immediately.
It's not, it doesn't make me feel good, I've had many conversations. I bought this guy a beer. He's an older gent. That also doesn't make me feel better. And then this other story. Anyway, I'm just saying, yeah, I still get along with him. Oddly, no wonder he's friendly to me.
Yeah, I feel like we needed context with Neighbor Talk with Michael Jenkins, because that's still the weirdest one in the power rankings.
Yes, it is. Well, off air. Hey, coming up next on Bet Sweats, I bet they talk about the NFL draft. Maybe about their neighbors. Who knows? We'll find out. Joe and Sammy P coming at you shortly. But first, we have to tell you guys who we like tonight. Let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea Messenger, red frickin' hot. Come on! Why do you ever lose? It's crazy. It's making me look bad. Stupid. It's my neighbor. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to go with the Nationals in the first 5 on the money line today against the Baltimore Orioles. I feel like if this were last year, you would say the Orioles, how dare you fade one of the best teams in the AL East. Not so fast, my friend. The O's are just 9-14 this year, and they have one of their worst starters on the mound today. Cade Povich, you are not the father of this Nationals lineup, and you haven't been anybody's daddy when it comes to the numbers. If you look at Cade Povich so far this season, all losses when he started for the O's. Gave up 7 earned runs to the Reds, 4 earned runs to the Royals, and meanwhile, you have Mackenzie Gore, who's one of the aces of the Nationals going today. Quality starts in 2 of his 3 starts thus far this season, and the Nats have been good at home so far this season. If you look at their record, much better than their road record this year. 7-4 at home as opposed to 4-9 on the road. So I like the Nationals in this spot. I think they're favorites for a reason. When you see a team like this who is, marketed as mid and they're favorites, I think the books know what they're talking about. Let's go with the Nationals in the first 5 on the money line at -124.
Yeah, I'm with you. We are fading Cade. Isn't it crazy? Last year we were all over the Orioles on a regular basis. We made so much money on the Orioles. And now I'm kind of the opinion that maybe they won't put it together this year, which would be a shame because they do have so much young talent, even though they lost Anthony Santander. But yeah, I'm with you. They just do not hit lefties at all. Mackenzie Gore, I believe, leads the league in strikeouts. Is that true? Whew. I'm with you. Nats first 5, money line, -124. I put the story in the chat. I just can't tell it, but now you can see why. I'm so horrified on the show. I'm trying to...
Yuck.
Yes. I am trying to stay within the purview of the Federal Communications Commission.
Was this before or after the pictures were stolen?
God, it was after. I know. I know. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
And it's me and Catherine together.
Oh, no.
It's not great.
All right, shall we pivot away from this?
Yes, let's pivot.
Please.
Let's pivot.
All right,
Here
so
we
I
go,
don't
guys.
have any more bets. James, you got another, don't you?
Thunder money line, Red Sox money line, +104. Okay, what do I have to tell you about the Thunder? Okay, easiest handicap in the world. Favored by 8.5 tonight. They have covered 17 of their last 19 overall. They've beaten the Grizzlies in 6 straight by at least double digits. Come on. Thunder money line -350. Also, Red Sox on the money line is -170. Hosting the Mariners, money keeps coming in on the Red Sox. You got Brian Wu, Garrett Crochet, pretty evenly matched on the mound. Garrett Crochet has been awesome this season, by the way. But the Red Sox have also won 4 of his 5 starts this year. Red Sox, better bats, better metrics across the board. Red Sox, money line. Thunder, money line, little plus money, +104. You like it?
Makes me want to steal a picture of Garrett Crochet.
Well... I wish that were the story.
Jenks, I actually had an instance of that. We had a party in college, and somebody was stealing picture frames of me and my roommates at our parties. I don't know what they do with them. I plead the fifth.
Oh, God bless. It's never a good feeling.
Yikes.
I'm glad you can relate. The Dockster, what is this guy doing? He doesn't know how to use a microphone. That's not good placement, Dockster. But the Dockster is here in studio, as per usual. Dockster, good morning. What's going on?
And with the first pick in my 2025 Smoke Show Draft, I select Margot Robbie, Queensland, Australia.
Oh,
good pick.
We really doing this?
And with the second pick in my 2025 Smoke Show Draft, I also select Alexandra Daddario, New York City.
Oh, pretty good. Doc, I think we're pretty much done here.
And with the third pick In my 2025 Smoke Show Draft, I select Kathy Bates, Matlock.
Oh, God. Oh. Really?
Everyone has a type.
No, I guess so. That's for you, Double D. Big Matlock fan, Double D is. We love Kathy Bates here on the show. Okay, do we have a pick, Donkster?
Of course. Thunder, minus 8.5 at the Grizz.
Okay, good job. You know who does a great job every day? Sam Panayottovich from Bet Sweats. And he joins us now, getting ready for an NFL draft day. Sammy P., good morning, my friend.
You know, they say tonight's NFL draft starts at pick 5. You could argue that Donkster started at 3 when he went Kathy Bates.
It sure did.
True.
She came home at 500 to 1.
Do I dare ask who's on the big board at number 4?
Who is on the
Diane Weist.
Okay, wow. I don't know. An even bigger long shot. The Donkster going in.
This is outstanding. So you weren't ready for that, Donkster, but I appreciate how fluid you were with that. I mean, you got there pretty quickly. I don't think you were ready, but you got there.
Yeah, he's the Roger Goodell of this show. Great job.
Ah, yes. What a donkster. All right, Sammy P., are you a draft guy? Like, I feel like people are either super into the draft or you're not. Where do you land?
I won't even watch it tonight, to be honest. I'll be on a plane to Florida. So that might answer your question. I made some bets, but I made them like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I am not this big draft guy, and I would never, ever, ever go to Green Bay to watch a draft, ever.
I've heard a few people say that, like, no way. Green Bay's, I've never been to Green Bay, so I don't really have an opinion, but I've heard that before.
How about Ashton Genty yesterday? Oh, there's nothing to do here. I bet the league loved that.
There's a lot to do if you have money. Like, any of these guys are like, there's nothing to do here. If you're rich, you'll find something to do.
Amen.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, looking forward to your draft coverage. Have a good trip to Florida, Sammy P. Thanks for being with us. That's it for us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew, Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Thanks for being with us. Good luck in your bets. Enjoy the draft. And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow. See ya.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
White draws the double team. Horford looking to pass out of the post. Brown slide by Banchero, and Brown makes him pay as he snaps in a triple. And a takeaway by Brown. Race to the rim, and Brown's going to win. Jaylen Brown with a hammer jam.
Welcome into Bet Sweats. It's draft day. You've got the BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. BetMGMNetwork.com on Stadium, 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern each and every weekday. Subscribe on YouTube, the BetMGM Network. A lot of fun planned today. Our buddy Nick Friedel will be joining us 10 a.m. Eastern on the NBA. Thor Nystrom on, of course, the NFL draft. Yes, we will go over what occurred last night in the NBA, NHL as well. That all continues. It doesn't stop here on draft day. Of course, Major League Baseball as well. We have today's shortened card that we're going to go over. I don't know where you're at, Sam, on the draft in general. I know this year seems like it's a little bit different, probably because of the lack of quality quarterback play and how many game changers are really in this draft. But I'm weird, and ever since I've been a kid, I've loved the draft. It's just the potential change for your favorite team or just the NFL landscape in general. I don't have it as a top 3, but I would say for me, it's a top 5 draft day. I used to like it better when it was 2 days instead of 3 because it was more exciting to get multiple rounds in one day. But I think it's really exciting. And then we have all these ridiculous, like, people will be torching Goodell, everything he does on the stage tonight. I don't know. It's awesome, man. I've got it up there pretty high as far as my favorite sports days.
I don't know where the talent is, and that's another conversation maybe. You know, we assess all these players as college prospects, and we think we know what they're going to be in the pros, and we don't. I don't. You don't. Adam Schefter doesn't. You know, guys like that don't know what these guys are going to do in the pros. We have educated guesses. But having said all that, I'm not extremely excited about the crop of talent in this draft. That said, the uncertainty, starting at maybe number 3, going through 4, 5, 6, and 7 is as interesting as it gets, I would argue. And I'm not a big draft guy per se. I don't block my whole night off. I don't Bears jersey and eat Doritos all night. I'm actually going to be on a plane tonight, so I won't even really watch it. I have my bets. I've got 4 of them now. I don't have 70 like Connor Allen does from 4 for 4. But I am intrigued by what happens at 3, if there's a trade at 4, and does a running back go top 5? We haven't seen that in a long time.
No doubt about it. And what we're also getting today now is final mocks from people. You've got some of the newsmakers out there, the ones that move markets, which we're going to talk about because there's one particular name. You're intrigued at 3. Yeah, maybe something does happen there. I'm intrigued at 6. Like, that's been the spot that we've been talking about for so long, that people plugged in Genty to the Raiders at 6, and now they're plugging in Genty to the Jaguars at 5. Well, this morning there has been a big shift due to people that have massive followings and that have a number of sources within the league. And as these final mocks are coming up, I'm looking at them, Sam, and I'm like, whoa, when did this all happen? And I don't know that it's groupthink or just copy and paste because, you know, we're talking about Jeremiah. We're talking about Breer. Zerline is really strong at doing this at NFL.com. They all put Kelvin Banks at 6. with our guests this week, we've been talking about the rise on Banks, that we've been seeing it, and there's this wide range. He was getting pushed down later in the first round, which I didn't quite understand coming into the college season. He was viewed as one of the top offensive linemen out there, and he plays a premium position, and he was slowly going up, and then boom. Today I see, let's go, Zierlein, Breer, Brugler, Daniel Jeremiah, Todd McShay, all have Kelvin Banks Jr. going to the Raiders at 6.
That's one of the biggest risers in terms of draft position. He was 23.5, and then we saw, 13.5 a couple days ago. There was some float back. Some mocks didn't have him in the top 10, and now he's top 6 or whatever. The guessing is finally over tonight. I think that's my favorite part of the draft process. I've been reading mocks, unfortunately, for 6 months now, and I don't care anymore.
6 months?
Yeah, well, I mean, some of these guys started putting mocks out before Christmas.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at them, though.
I didn't study them, but I definitely looked at them. The guessing, thankfully, ends tonight. And if you were wondering, Joe, my mock comes out tomorrow, where I'll be the first ever to get all 32 right in the first round.
What number is that, though? Is that 1.0? That can't be 1.0.
That will be
no,
1.0.
That's against the law. That's against the law. You can't do that. You can't do a 1.0. If you do a mock, you have to do 9 of them.
Well, Schrager only did 1, unless he added a new one today I didn't see. Genti is now minus 225 to go 5th overall.
Mm-hmm.
And if you had to guess the last running back to go in the top 5, who would you guess?
Oh, boy. Oh, it's Saquon, right?
Yep. Saquon number 2 in 2018. Leonard Fournette went 4th in 2017. Ezekiel Elliott went 4th in 2016. And before then, Bishop. Bishop Sankey went 2nd round. That, as I said that, I'm like, wait a minute, that's not right.
Curtis Enos, he was top 5.
Ricky Williams, Trent Richardson.
Yeah. No, the league went away from that entirely, and now the league is swinging back. When people say everything is cyclical, they're right. Like, it's hard to believe in the time, like, oh, it's going to come back. Like a few years ago, I'm like, no, this is a passing league. It's all about offense. And then look at where we are now. Defense, running backs. We'll see how many go in the first round today. I was looking at that bet over 2.5 running backs in the first round. I kind of think we're going to get to 3. That depends on the guy out of Ohio State, I think, because there are 2 locked in, but are you going to get to a 3rd one in the first round? Plenty of time to talk about that. A lot going on with the NFL draft. Things are shifting here on draft day. Big time movement. You heard the highlight coming in. We've got to hit on the NBA. So Zigzag went 3-0. That certainly worked last night again. And not so much a couple of nights, but we said, hey, this is a thing. This is something that you should follow. And if you threw that 3-team parlay together last night, it worked out. Orlando covers, does not win. Miami covers, does not win. Houston wins and covers after that thing closes at 4.
I was surprised that the market actually got the 4 on Houston. By tip, it's 4. I didn't think it was going to get that high. And then I had a bunch of people. I'm texting guys in Vegas that are booking bets, and they're all telling me the same thing. I would never lay 4. And I agreed. But it was the right side. And Golden State looked like an older and slower team. Houston finally got a big game from Jalen Green. 38 points. Hello. Van Vliet did nothing. If you would have told me that Fred Van Vliet had 7 points, I would have said the Rockets are down 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
But they get 16 from Dylan Brooks. They get 14 from Tari Eason, 17 from Şengün, and 38 from Jalen Green. Just a monster game for the Rockets. And now we go back to Golden State. But how about the both dogs? Magic cover and the Heat cover. Mm-hmm. And I did notice that Ty Jerome only had 6 points last night.
Yeah, you better believe I wrote that one down as well. It's like, oh, Ty Jerome, how about that? All that love. Most popular prop in that game, as you would expect it to be. We were laughing about that, and doesn't come close. Oh, Ty Jerome, what happened, man? There's a lot to digest from each one of these matchups, but we got to go back to Golden State, Houston. This thing's tied 1-1. It's tough. Like, you're right. It was the right side. what happens if Jimmy Butler doesn't go down in the first quarter? Like, you don't know. Like, he's so impactful for that team. That's why you made the Western Conference bet back in Golden State. But Houston gets the job done, and they split, even though they're the home team. But now you have to go back to Golden State. If they were going down 0-2, it's like series over if they end up losing last night. So as stupid as it sounds, it felt like the series was on the line in game 2 because they did start with the home court advantage there. But yeah, Green was unbelievable. The early sharp bets, spot on. But we wait on Butler news, and there's going to be an MRI today, and this is going to be massive because think about what the Warriors were before Butler and how things changed once he got there. If he's unavailable for game 3, Houston's going to be in a spot where maybe they can steal the game and go up 2-1 here.
Warriors now 25-8 when Jimmy Butler starts. I don't know that we can fully count that 8th loss, but he did start and they did lose. He only played 8 minutes last night, and that was it. Not many updates. Anthony Slater probably has the best one. As you said, MRI expected. Warriors have dealt with a couple of these pelvic contusions recently after similar falls from Steph Curry and Jonathan Kuminga. Curry missed 2 games. Kuminga missed 1. Then it became pain management. So it sounds like he's going to miss at least 1 game. And the reality is, if he tries to rush back in game 3, he could further injure himself and then miss even more time. So it sounds like the smart response would be sit him game 3, get him rested up, and then bring him back for game 4. But that's just my best guess. If Curry missed 2 and Kuminga missed 1 with a similar injury, I'm going to make Jimmy a small favorite to miss game 3 and then probably come back in game 4.
We have a number on the next game. It is Golden State minus 3.5 coming up on Saturday night. Golden State minus 3.5. So we'll see how that number moves as we get word on Jimmy Butler moving forward. On Bayou with the Boston win last night, a non-cover. Boy, was that close though. 9-point win. It closes 10. Orlando plus 10, a winner. It goes over the total. Tatum out. I mean, it's the obvious move, but something we addressed when Tatum's off the floor, the usage for Brown through the roof. Porzingis, second highest usage on the team. That's common sense, but those 2 guys had massive games. Jaylen Brown, 36, 10, and 5. Porzingis, 20 and 10. Don't worry about that bloody gash. He's still going to be out there.
He took a shot, and all they did, man, you could tell he was from a third world country. They just slapped a Band-Aid on his forehead. Just pow! And he came right back, and he was relatively fine. A lesser man would have probably crumbled. Can you imagine if LeBron got hit like that? They would have dropped flowers on his coffin. Oh, God, it would have been over.
The Undertaker's here.
Yeah.
There's Paul Bearer.
Porzingis got up, and they just slapped a bandage on his forehead, and he was ready to go. That was very interesting. And it was still like the blood was seeped into his bald head. Quite a look there. He looked like Drago.
Did you see what he said afterwards?
No.
He said, I love my WWE moments. We're not going to let somebody punk us like that.
I love that. I'm telling you, LeBron would have laid there like he was dead.
Yep.
And they would have come out and they would have laid him in a coffin and put flowers on top, and then he would have come back out. Paul Pierce would have been carried off the court and then wheeled into the locker room. I mean, it's just Porzingis is like, nobody make me bleed blood. It was very, very entertaining. I want to mention the Colorado Avalanche here because I'm very long in the tooth and very exposed on Colorado to win the Cup.
Yes.
I have it right here. They were 0-6 on the power play last night and lost in overtime. And I mean, that's not a power play that goes 0-6 ever. So it's very frustrating. And every time they're on the ice, the announcers are like, oh, this is one of the most dangerous power plays in the league. And it was so disjointed and so erratic and sloppy. And it goes in overtime 1-1. So I had the regulation bet. I'm glad I didn't lay minus 190 on the money line But if you would have told me Colorado would have 6 power plays, I would have thought that would have been a good spot for them to win that game. 0 for 6, a donut on the power play.
Plus 1050 BetMGM for the Cup.
I mean, I don't know how much more I want to add on top of what I already have. I like them to win game 4, at which point it goes back to 7-1. That was frustrating. I hope that's fixable. It should be, but I'm nervous now.
Washington, Dallas, LA Kings, your winners. Last night, Washington and the LA Kings go up 2-0 in those series. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk about our NFL draft bets and maybe ones that you should consider on the other side. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Tonight, 7 to 11 Eastern, BetMGM tonight. Your NFL Draft War Room. Ryan Horvath and Brad Evans break down every pick, every team prop, and every fantasy ripple, all in real time. Listen on the Odyssey app or watch and subscribe to the BetMGM network on YouTube. You've got Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. It's NFL Draft Day. I think the lead as we sit here and talk right now is what's happening at 6, man, is Kelvin Banks Jr., this rise, like where he was throughout this entire process and where he is as we sit here on draft day, where let's say the more respected, I'm not going to say the more accurate ones. Brugler is in the category of the more accurate mock drafts, but the ones that people pay attention to, like Jeremiah, Zierlein, Breer has a massive following, so people are going to follow him. McShay still has that cachet. All of them putting Kelvin Banks Jr. at number 6 to the Raiders, and I guess that's kind of goes in line with the Genty stuff, right? Because for so long it was okay, Genty's going 6 or Genty's going 10, but now most have Genty at 5. So how did the Raiders respond? I think people didn't know what to do with that because that was happening over the last week. And they just kind of slotted in Membu and, trying out different stuff. And those with connections are sitting here today saying, no, it looks like it's going to be Banks to the Raiders at 6. So I guess that's the ripple, right? Like, okay, figure out Genty. If it's 5, now we can figure out the Raiders at 6. And there's a lot of opinions that it's Banks.
Even Schrager, who put up a mock yesterday, his one and only mock draft, he had a tackle. He had Membu. So he's got him going offensive line. There's a common theme there. They miss Genty, take an O-lineman. So whether it's Banks or Membu, it seems like that's the move. Pete Carroll has always sort of been a run-the-ball type coach, and why not shore up that offensive line by drafting just an absolute monster and putting him on the side? It makes total sense to me, which brings up a question that my friend Brendan asked. He listens to the show, and I wish he would have given me this tip, but he didn't tell me about it. He put 4 units on Banks to go 6 overall.
4 units?
And yes, man. Which is a wild bet to begin with.
4 units?
He also got 8 to 1. So
oh, man.
He's got 4 units at 8 to 1 on Banks going 6.
Okay.
And he's wondering what the next move is, if there is one. He's suggesting maybe he gets a little bit of Membu at 3 to 1. You can maybe look for the Raiders to take an old lineman with the first pick. I don't know if anybody has that up right now. A lot of books have they will take this player or that player, but not a group anymore. I'm going to have to scan real quick because, as we know, a lot of books are coming down. One book, for example, has who will the Bills take position-wise, who will the Dolphins take. That's it. They have those 2 teams. They don't have who will the Raiders take. So then we go over to MGM, and you go to their draft market, and they've got pick by position. They've got round specials, which is how many safeties, how many backs, how many old linemen. They've got team picks. I don't know if they have the Raiders. Yep, they don't. So they've got more teams. MGM's got Bills, Steelers, Chiefs, Cowboys, Eagles, Lions, yada, yada, yada. Do not have Raiders. So I think the move would be just bet the Raiders to take an O-lineman, but you can't bet that because all the Raiders markets are coming off the board. I'm guessing the safe move, I'll speak for myself. If you just take the number 6 pick market and go Membu, if you could still find a 250 or a 3 to 1, that would be the move. But hell of a bet right there. 4 units at 8 to 1 on Banks going 6.
Do you have the odds on Genty in front of you?
To go 6.
Yeah.
380, 4 to 1.
Okay. I think Membu is the move, but I would also consider Genty. Okay, so if we look at some of the more accurate mock drafters out there, and these mocks were posted yesterday, so you want to keep that in mind. Things change, and there's probably going to be another mock. We'll be on 15.0 at that point. The Walter football guys both have Membu at 6. Let's see. Sean Kerner's really good at this. He has Genty at 6. He's one of the more accurate guys out there. But the majority of like Josh Norris also 6. Krabs over at 33rd team or whatever. He's got Membu. I think Membu's the move. I maybe want a little Genty, but you are obviously thinking along the right lines there. But if you can find Raiders position wise, but it feels like it's Membu or Genty, but also it's the freaking Raiders, so they could do anything. Look at it. We're sitting here talking about Banks at 6. A week ago, nobody said that. There was a reason that he found a plus 800. Do you think that was based on just taking a shot or just some sort of info?
He said just now, I'm texting him in real time. He said he made the bet last night when he heard Pete Prisco say the Raiders have Banks higher than Membu. So apparently last night it was still 8-1, which I wasn't following the draft last night. I was watching NBA and NHL. And now you go to MGM and pull up the number 6 market. Banks is a quarter, plus 125. Membu 250. Jalen Walker 425. And they have Genty 525. Well, the other book had Genty at 280. So you still have, 380. You still have some disparity amongst the books. And I don't know, I didn't get word from BetMGM when they're going to take everything down. I'm going to guess it's later this afternoon. I mean, you can't have it up at 6, 7 o'clock at night. Circa's down in Vegas. South Point and Golden Nugget didn't even put draft markets up. And I was texting with the guys at the Westgate yesterday. They put up draft props Tuesday only, one day only, from 1 p.m. Pacific to 7 p.m. Pacific. That's it.
Wow.
So betting the draft is dead in Las Vegas.
What, I think we gave some solid options, but let's say you're holding this ticket. It's a 4-unit bet at that number. And now you look at it and your bet goes from plus 800 to plus 175 as the favorite. Now, favorite, but still a bit of a guess because it's still almost 2-1. Part of me would just want to hold and not keep adding and just see if I can hit this because it's not a locked in hedge where it's either or, right? Like we just mentioned 3-4 names who it could be, and it's still the Raiders. So it could be another name that we haven't even brought up. We've seen them do that before. Would you make a move, something that we suggested, or in the end, would you hold?
I don't think I would hold given his payout. So if he's got 4 units at 8-1, he's got a potential pot of 32 units.
Mm-hmm.
I would take at least a unit and go,
Membu
250, and then another unit on Genty at 5 1/4. Now, if Jalen Walker goes 6, you're going to lose 6 units. But that's what I would do. I mean, you hope that Banks is the pick, and it sounds like that's going to be the play. So, if you take 2 units out of your 32 units, I don't think that's the worst idea. And MGM has the best market. So, just for context, DraftKings has Membu $1.75. MGM has plus 250. You obviously make that bet at BetMGM. DraftKings has Ashton Genty plus 380 to go 6. BetMGM has 550. I mean, you just got to get the best number. And MGM is basically bullish on Banks going 6, so they push the odds out on everybody else. That's what I would do. I would make a small bet on Membu and a small bet on Genty.
All right, a few markets that I want to talk about, Sam. BetSweat's here, BetMGM Network, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. It's draft day. We're talking about how you can bet it. These markets moving, especially with a lot of these mock drafts coming out now. Shedeur Sanders, I think it's just freaking funny. You wanted to bet the over so bad. I mean, we're going back months. You're like, give me the position on Shedeur, and I'm going to go over. And then when we finally got it, it was 8.5, and it was higher than we were expecting based on the conversation that was going on with him. On draft day, his over-under is 14.5 minus 400 to the over. So it tells you where he's going to go. Just a gut feeling. I'm kind of I'm kind of thinking it might be a Lamar Jackson situation tonight. I see him slipping. I agree with the betting market. I don't know that I wouldn't bet over 14.5 at minus 400, but I see him going back into the first round. But where's he going to go? Pittsburgh is your favorite. They picked 21st, I believe, at minus 150. And then it's just, I can see a team trading into the first 30, 31, 32 with one of those squads and taking Sanders. Now, the guessing game is which team. But if you're betting anything Sanders, I would just take a shot or two on a team like the Rams at 14-1. Jets, what are they doing with the position? Would he want to go to New York? I could see that. 18-1. And how about the team that started all this conversation, that maybe he lands their relationship with Jerry Jones? Could the Dallas Cowboys trade to a spot to take Shedeur Sanders? He's 30-1 to be a Cowboy.
He's 50-1 to be a Cowboy at BetMGM.
Oh, there you go. All over the place.
Yeah. I mean, this is the point in the draft where some books are guessing. Actually, they're all guessing, but they take stances on this. So one place has Dallas at 30. MGM has him at 50. You mentioned an over-under number on him, 14.5. Another book has a number 21.5 over-under on Sanders. So,
but that's not juiced probably as much, obviously.
Juiced under minus 160.
Huh.
In hope that he goes 21st and people,
of course,
people land him there. But I mean, that's what that book has done. They are going with the report that it's likely Shedeur goes to Pittsburgh. So where does Pittsburgh pick? 21. Okay. Let's make it 21.5 and let's juice the hell out of the under. Done. Send it. That's how it goes.
Yeah. A couple other markets that got my attention this morning. Top 5 is tough, man, because everybody seems like it feels like they know the top 5. The exact order at some spots, you got to lay like a couple dollars on Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell, Genty, which is just about what everybody has in the top 5 right now. Top 20, hard to find any plus money bets where you could see it. Top 10, 2 guys stood out to me. Want to get your thoughts. Tet McMillan. Most have him going 10 or 12, some as high as 6 or 9 in that range. But for McMillan to be top 10, I saw a plus 230. I'm sure if you shop around, maybe you can find even better. And your guy, Colston Loveland, most have him going 14 to Indianapolis, which would be a winning bet for you. But we've also seen a number of people that have talked about him going to the Bears at number 10. Loveland to go top 10 pays 6-1. Any interest in either McMillan or Loveland for top
10? Not Loveland. I'd hate to take out of my likely win on Loveland under 19.5 and bet out of that and put something on 6-1. I don't think he goes top 10. It would be cool. I would accept it, but I'm not betting it. McMillan is a total wild card for me. So one place has him 230 to go top 10. Another book has top 10 at plus 290. He's still live to go 5. Jacksonville. Here's the thing about Jacksonville. Here's what we know.
5.
They have a first-year head coach. They have a first-year head coach in Liam Cohen, who is under the Sean McVay tree. He's a former quarterback. He understands the importance of weapons. And I assure you they're going to go offense. I don't know what position or what player, but it's likely a weapon for the quarterback. That's probably what's going to happen. And the other thing that we've heard a lot about in the last week or so, it is not going to be Mason Graham. That was supposed to be a layup, Graham going 5th. That is not the case. I'm being told he's not going 5th. And I'm not the first person to say that. I mean, other people have reported that as well. But expect Liam Cohen to go offense and likely go weapon. So whoever they have higher on their big board, whether it be McMillan or Genty, that's probably the move in Jacksonville.
Yeah, in the starting running back right now, it's been Etienne. Don't know. Does he like Tank Bigsby? I don't know. He had some big games, though. That receiver room, Brian Thomas Jr., damn good. But they bring in, they've got De'Ami Brown, they've got Parker Washington, Gabe Davis, like Alana. Guys, he probably wishes it was a stronger draft. Like there was a high-end wide receiver for sure. We'll continue to sprinkle in the NFL draft the rest of the way. Top of the hour, we talk NBA playoffs with Nick Friedel. Always a fun conversation with Nick. But coming up next, today's shortened MLB card. Are there any looks there in baseball? We'll get to it. Joe Osampe. This is BetSweat's BetMGM Network.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans, and it's draft day. BetMGM tonight is crashing your airwaves starting at 7 Eastern with live pick reactions and key fantasy spins only on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P here. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, BetMGMNetwork.com. Follow the show on X, Bet_Sweats, Sam at SP Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. Hello, it's draft day. We're talking about that as well as the Major League Baseball card. Sam, I apologize for talking you into betting against the Yankees yesterday. Outside of that, it was a good day for me. Pittsburgh, I mentioned that I'm like, they're the dog and they've got the better pitcher going. I don't understand this. Pirates win 3-0 over the Angels. Good day for Webb. Didn't have as many strikeouts as I was hoping, but a good day. They end up winning by a couple of runs. But yeah, man, sorry about that. Rodon was phenomenal. He had no earned runs over 7 innings of work. So took an L on that one, but the other games were good.
If it makes you feel any better, I didn't go to town on it. I was busy gobbling up Atlanta Braves minus 160, and it was hairy for a while. Michaelis, no, in the game. They were minus 160 on the money line. Yeah.
Okay.
So Michaelis was pitching very well. It was 1-0 Cardinals. Michael Harris hit a game-tying single in, I think, the 6th or 7th, and then the Braves hit a 3-run homer in the bottom of the 8th. So that was very nice. I have a note on my table here that says May 1 Braves. I don't know, man. Might be time to think about it. So they finish off a 5-1 homestand. They are now minus 150 to make the playoffs. They have an adjusted win total of 89.5, and they are 8-1 to win the pennant. Despite being very, very bad out of the gate, the books are saying we're not nervous. This team is still going to be there at the end.
Yeah, they've won 5 of 6. Arizona this weekend on the road. Then they go to Colorado next week. I don't know why we said May 1st, because that would be after the Colorado series, which we're expecting them to at least take 2, probably sweep. They have the Dodgers after that. I think we mentioned it because, wow, it's an easy May. Books are not stupid. Is this a buy point now? Yeah, that's the debate. What are you thinking? Like, you've got to do it now or never?
I wish we would have done it before the homestand. That's the issue. Doing it after a 5-1 homestand.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably 10-1 to win the pennant, maybe 18-1 to win the World Series, and now MGM has 14. Another book has 12. You can still find a 16. I don't have the Vegas books in front of me. I just have the American outs, if you will. But 16, 14, 14, 14, 14, 12 on Atlanta. And eventually, Ronald Acuna comes back, so that bolsters your team even more. Strider will find his rhythm. And if you think about it, Atlanta could also make a trade or two at the deadline. I mean, their lineup at full strength is going to be a problem for a lot of teams. And, you know, in a 7-game series against the Dodgers or the Phillies or whoever, the Mets, they could easily win. You know, to go Riley, Ozuna, Olsen, Albies, Harris, 2 through 6, Acuna leading off. That's a dangerous lineup. Sean Murphy hitting 7th, Kelenic 8th. That's a very deep team on offense. They couldn't get it together in the early going. But this was a team that had the worst run count in baseball. Like, they couldn't score. And now they're at 92. They're only, 12 back of the Nationals. They're 14 back of the Marlins. They've crawled back in. There was a huge gap in terms of runs scored. And they've sort of closed that gap. The run differential is only minus 12 now. They're still really bad on the road. They're 2-11 away from home, 8-3 at home.
Well, look, I mean, so we had that idea because they had such a bad start, and we're like, okay, maybe there's going to be some value where we want to bet on them. You sound a little defeated. The number hasn't moved, man. It's the best. It's as good as we've had all year. So for the pennant, they started the season at plus 550. They are plus 800 at the moment. So it's the same as what I believe they started their 6-game homestand with. And for the World Series, it's still 14-1. The number has not changed with this 6-game stretch of a 5-1 record. So I don't think it's too late if you want to do it now. The question is, do you want to wait a little bit more? Like, do we wait after the Dodgers series or something like that in another week? But yeah, they're still like top 5 in World Series odds and all that. But the number has gotten a little bit better, and we haven't lost it yet.
No, we haven't lost it. I did see a 10-1 though a week ago to win the pennant.
Okay,
and that's
gotcha.
That's gone. But you're right. I mean, it's not completely evaporated. It's not like it's gone from 30 to 8. It's come down a couple bucks.
Mm-hmm.
I would bet 8. I'll tell you what. I would bet pennant before I'd bet division.
Okay, why is that? Because the one, like we took AL and we talked about Texas because you get to avoid the Dodgers, right? You don't have to worry about a World Series. Why would you take pennant before World Series? Because you're obviously still dealing with the Dodgers with pennant.
I feel like the Mets are going to win 95 games. But I don't like the Mets' big picture.
Of course.
That makes any sense. I like the Braves to win a couple playoff series. I don't know that the Braves are going to leap everybody in the division. But that's a team that I do not want to play in the postseason. I'll speak for myself, though.
Yep. Let's talk about today's card. So if we look a little micro on this Thursday card, it's, I believe, 9 games are scheduled. One game really jumped out to me that I like, man. And it is Washington as a slight favorite. I know BetMGM was posting a -115. Yeah, we're still there. Nationals -115. Very slight favorites over the Orioles. And the thinking here is you have a pitching advantage with Gore. Pair of lefties going at it with Washington and Baltimore. But Gore is the better pitcher. And I started to look at, it is early. We're talking about a month of baseball. But some of the splits against lefties in this specific matchup, because you've got Southpaw versus Southpaw. The Orioles are doing nothing against lefties. I'm talking they are worse than baseball bad, this lineup. Their weighted runs created plus is 47. That is dead last in baseball. Their OPS is dead last. They are hitting 168 on base, 256 against lefties, and I got the starter advantage. I'm going to play the Nationals -115.
I understand it. The only issue I've had with Gore over the last couple of years, and it's not that I'm trying to talk you out of the play. They pull him so early in games. He's out there cruising. He goes 5-6 strong, gives up a single, gives up a walk. They pull him. I don't know why Davey Martinez has such a quick hook on that guy. It's like, let him pitch with pressure. Let him get out of this jam that he's created. Then they go to the bullpen.
Their bullpen sucks. Yeah.
Dude, they have the worst bullpen in the league in terms of ERA. So I don't understand. I'm looking right now. Covers does a nice list of bullpen ERA, bullpen whip, all that.
Sure.
The Nationals have almost a 7 ERA in the bullpen.
Should we just take -122 first 5?
That might be a better play. It might be.
Yeah. I think you're right. That's a very good call because I like to look at a handful of numbers too on the bullpen. They're always bottom 3 in the league. Always.
They have the worst ERA of any bullpen in baseball, 6.96. It's the worst, and it's not even close. So here are the worst 3 bullpens. Angels are 5.35. Phillies are 5.56. And then the Nats at almost 7. So their ERA is almost 1.5 worse than Philadelphia, who has the second worst.
Yeah, you make a good bet. Gore does his job. The offense does their job early. And then the stupid worst pitchers on the team in the bullpen come in and ruin it for you. That'll ruin your day. First 5, I think that's the right angle. And if you look elsewhere, you look around, there's a lot of -135s at some of the sharper books already. So they understand that that's probably the move.
Yeah, I think people have really paid attention to the way that they pull him and just, 6th inning, he hasn't given up a run yet. And then he gets 2 guys on and Martinez is like, bullpen. And that's not the move. Good point on the range too. So cheapest price you could get is -122. Most expensive first five is $1.38. So every cent matters in this bracket. Okay, so you like the Nats first five. We got there together. I am going to not overthink this one. It's getaway day at Fenway, Mariners and the Red Sox. Crochet and Woo. Total is 8. I don't think we get over 8. These are two of the best pitchers in baseball for my money, and this could easily be 3-2 either way. So let's go under 8 at -110. That's probably the only baseball bet I'll make today. I did think about Arizona with Burns on the hill. That's $1.30 now. Could get there, but definitely under in Seattle and Boston. That's at Fenway. Both guys have swing and miss stuff. They don't walk a lot of guys, and it's rare that other teams barrel up both Woo and Crochet. So that's going to be my play today in baseball. Under 8, -110.
Surprised that one is not 7.5. Maybe we end up getting there by the time the game starts. And just because of the price, because it's Paddock, I've got to ask you about it. Look, the White Sox are 3-17 since their 2-2 start. Last 20 games, they are 3-17. You've got Minnesota. I saw 235 on the money line. Yeah, we're still there over at BetMGM. -235. You're not betting them. You didn't bring them up, so I don't expect that you're betting them. How are you picking your White Sox spots now?
It's getting more and more difficult as the days go on.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bad team. I mean, they have – I was watching whether it was Tuesday or Wednesday, and every network does the starting lineup on the screen. And the White Sox had 6 guys hitting under 200. You're like, how do I get excited to bet this team? They can't hit. They got 6 guys hitting in the hundreds. Not 200s, hundreds.
Feels like we're going to have those conversations when we have $3 favorites. We have those once in a while, but they are tough to back right now. The Chicago White Sox. Sammy P. We've got Nick Friedel on the other side. We get to talk about all the NBA action last night and what's going to happen tonight right here, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
3 NBA playoff games tonight. Going to talk about those in just a moment. And also NFL Draft Day. We've been going over that first hour of the show. Joe O, Sammy P. You've got Bet Sweats weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. On the line now, Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. Here is Nick Friedel. Of course, Nick will talk primarily NBA. Know you're a big baseball fan, by the way. Jed Hoyer said, don't worry about it. It's very difficult to negotiate in season talking about Kyle Tucker. I don't know, drop $500 million. I think it's pretty easy, but that's just me. Do you care about the NFL draft at all? Do you follow it? I know Chicago sports fan growing up. I don't know if you care what the Bears do at 10. Will you be paying attention at all to the NFL draft, or are you all NBA?
I am all in on the NFL draft, Mr. Ostrowski.
Really?
I love the intricacies of what happened as the night progresses and who may slide. So I always have one screen on the draft. I'm still not used to this 3-day, all right, 1 round's here. We got a couple more on Friday. I miss Boomer and Kuiper just sitting up there rattling off names all day Saturday and then some of Sunday. But yeah, I'm into it for sure.
I got something else you'll be into. I don't want to get you too excited here, buddy, but I'm looking at the Baseball Reference playoff projections. Okay. Have you seen these yet or no?
Oh, I've seen the percentages pop up all over Twitter. So I'd like to think I've seen what's coming a little bit here.
How is this possible? So according to Baseball Reference, a site that I really respect, the Chicago Cubs have a 96% chance to make the playoffs, an 80% chance to win the division, a 30% chance to win the pennant, and 30. The highest percentage of any team to win the World Series. According to Baseball Reference, the Cubs have a 17.4% chance to win the World Series.
No.
Sammy, when I saw that number, I had to laugh literally out loud because I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I think we all see, for as fun as it is right now in the first few weeks, for any Cubs fan, we all see the flaws that are still readily apparent. The bullpen, it feels pretty shaky, and they only really have one star in Tucker still, although PCA, he's looking like the guy that everybody hoped he would be when they made that Javi trade a few years ago. But this, Joe, this goes back to your point. As a long-standing Cubs fan, the thing that is still really, really upsetting to me is that Ricketts could have made the team better already. Like if he had put the money in, going back into the winter with Bregman, with the bullpen, get some more arms, the starters. We'll see what happens, especially with no Steele. He could have made this team better already. If you told me he's going to spend close to the deadline, sure, I'd feel a little bit better where things are. And if you told me, and this is where anybody who's bashing Jed Hoyer, and I'm sorry we're going off on this little Cubs tangent, but if you're bashing Jed Hoyer, you're not seeing what's actually happening. I mean, Jed Hoyer's on these interviews going, our crowd, that's the best recruiting tool. No, you know what the best recruiting tool is? Money. Cash money. So if you want to re-sign him and you want to really pay him, that's not on Jed, that's on Tom. So I'm very curious to see how it all plays out. But Sammy, yeah, I saw the numbers. I'm still very cautious, but it has been fun the last couple weeks, and that is not something that we could all say about watching the Cubs in the last few years.
Fangraphs has the Cubs at 7% chance of winning the pennant. That seems more accurate. Okay, it was shot in the dark. That makes a lot more sense. than the 30. That should be reserved for the Dodgers and the Dodgers only. But anyways, you drop by to talk NBA. Let's quickly hit on the games last night before we jump ahead to tonight. Boston, Cleveland expected. The Dogs end up covering. Like in our world, that was big, but these two teams go up 2-0. They're probably going to meet in the East Finals. We all know that. Golden State, Houston, though. I mean, they had an opportunity, the Warriors, before going home to go up 2-0 and put Houston in an awful spot. But the Rockets get the job done. It was surprising. But the lead here is Jimmy Butler. Only 8 minutes. Look how different things are without Jimmy Butler getting it done at both ends of the court. And now we're not sure if he's going to be out there for Game 3. What do you think, Nick?
When I saw that fall, Joe, I went, uh-oh, like the rest of the world. And then I saw Steve Kerr's quote last night, and he's saying, Jimmy's fine. In my experience, guys, being around Jimmy, when Jimmy says he's fine, that's usually when something's really bothering him. Now, I've seen him many times over. He's dealing with who knows how many different things. And here's 40 for you in the playoffs. I mean, Sam, I go back to that Milwaukee series from a few years ago. He was dealing with some stuff. And yet, when push came to shove, he was rolling when they needed him to. That fall scared me, though. And I wonder if he's going to be able to move the same way, especially if he's out there in these next couple games. So I think it's huge. Houston has talent. Like we were talking about before the series, they're just young. They haven't been there before. But if you take Jimmy off the floor, or if he's on it, but he's not the version of Jimmy who's just going out and dominating and getting to the line whenever he wants, I think the Warriors could have a serious problem, because Jimmy is the difference for that group in the last couple months by such a wide margin. I mean, Steph is Steph. He's awesome. But I watched that team with no Jimmy, and they're not very much fun. And then they're not very good. They're just a mediocre NBA team. Jimmy puts them at a different level. If he's diminished, there are some big issues.
Here's what happens when Jimmy's out. Jalen Green scores almost 40. That's what happens.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Their entire defensive identity goes to the wayside. And maybe it's not Jimmy sticking Green every possession. I mean, he could guard really 4 positions. Some would say 5, depending on how big the team is. But it throws their entire schematical plan off. And Jalen Green did nothing in game 1. Right when Jimmy went out, they said, all right, you're going to take this game over. You're going to take 25 shots. You're going to score 38. That's what happens when Jimmy Butler's off the floor.
He is the ultimate guy who keeps everybody else in check. And Sam, it's a really good point, because Jimmy's the guy on both ends of the floor that is a safety net usually for everyone else. And we've seen that for years, dating back to some of his time in Chicago at the end, but especially in Miami. And we've certainly seen it the last couple months with the Warriors. He keeps everybody in a defensive rhythm with Draymond, and he is that missing piece that they needed for a while to play off Steph. So now you take him away. The defense doesn't look right. The offense certainly doesn't look the same, and they're in the predicament that they're in. I will be very, very curious to see, again, if he's out there, is he moving laterally the way that he needs to in order for them to be at their best? When I saw him go down, when I saw him fall the way he did, and I saw him not be able to come back, the only thing I thought in my head for the Warriors was, uh-oh.
Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel with us here on BetSweats. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. Hyundai helps protect you and your family on the road. We put your safety first and everything else second. As far as tonight's game, the lead is obviously Nuggets and the Clippers. You have an overtime matchup in game number 1. Questions about Kawhi, and then we turn back. Oh yeah, this Kawhi's here. This is why people were talking about the Clippers making a run in the playoffs. Now that we go to game 3 with it split so far, the Clippers are a 5.5-point favorite over the Nuggets. The loser, it's all been about the turnovers. 20 for the loser in game 1, 20 for the loser in game 2. How do you view game 3?
If we're getting that type of Kawhi, Joe, this series is going to play out in the Clippers' favor. The question is always with Kawhi is who's showing up. But what you said is very well taken, because when you see Kawhi at that level, it's a reminder that that is still possible for him on a nightly basis. He can still lift up his game and make everybody else around that team believe, hey, we can do this. We talked about Harden last week. It's why I still don't buy the Clippers long term. I just don't see the consistency from him that they're going to need game after game after game. But if you're getting this level of Kawhi or something close to it, as much as I love Jokic and as great as he is, the Nuggets don't have an answer. And look, the Nuggets don't have an answer. Nobody has an answer for that guy. The question is, do we see it? I would lean towards the Clippers in this game tonight, but those points would scare the hell out of me. I think this game is going to be tight. I think they're going to be right back and forth at each other. But having just seen Kawhi do it, at this point, I do think he can do it again.
I love this game tonight in Detroit. That series is tied 1-1. If you go back and look at these Piston playoff runs or lack thereof, in 19 they make the playoffs, get broomed. In 16 they make the playoffs, get broomed. The last time, Nick, they probably played a meaningful game in the Palace was 2009, because you got a chance to take a series lead here and go up 2-1 on the Knicks. The market has Knicks -1, 1.5. Am I dumb for wanting to bet the Pistons tonight?
No, because that place, especially that new arena downtown, Sammy P. I cannot tell you how many times that I walked into that place and I thought two things. Wow, it's pretty empty in here. And the second one was, if they ever played real games in that place, it would be rocking. That crowd in Detroit is going to walk in there having knocked down a few drinks, and it is going to be a party, and people are going to be loud as hell. So absolutely, I think the Pistons can win tonight. I still don't believe that Detroit, with all these different young pieces, is going to go into Madison Square Garden and find ways to win potentially Game 5, and if it gets there, Game 7. But tonight may be their night, because they have the confidence of having just pulled off that win. They finally are off the schneid after getting swept so many different times. And they have a young group. What was clear at the end of Game 2 is they're starting to look around going, yeah, we can do this. What gives me pause here is you have Jalen Brunson still, and he's starting to kind of flop all over looking for those fouls. It doesn't look the same, but this is a proud team. And I never want to discount in the postseason a proud team that can still play defense pretty well. But as far as Detroit tonight, I think that would be a solid bet. But the Knicks are still where I would go in this series. And I have a hard time believing that Tom Thibodeau is going to lose to J.B. Bickerstaff over the course of 7 games. Although, guys, when Tibbs started bitching about the foul calls the other night, I went, uh-oh. He knows this series is really even. He knows it's really going to be tight. And he's just planting the seeds for what's ahead in the next week and a half here.
Nick, we've got less than a minute.
Bad boys. Bad boys.
It's coming.
Nick, these Friday games are interesting. You know, NBA playoffs, when you change venues and a team's down to 0-2. Milwaukee. I want to look at this one Friday. We just got about 30 seconds. Desperation mode. Lillard's second game back. Do you think they salvage something and take a game? They're favored by 4.5, 5 points. Milwaukee is.
I think they take a game, Joe, but this is it. I don't think Milwaukee wins this series. I think Giannis, the chatter is only going to intensify about where he may land next year. I don't see why, if you're Giannis, having done what you did for that franchise, that city, why you would stay. Milwaukee is not good enough. They were built to win titles. I don't think they're getting out of the first round.
That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more, Hyundai.com. Always appreciate Nick joining us on Thursdays. Up next, we talk about tonight's bets in the NBA right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Appreciate Nick Friedel dropping by. Joe O, Sammy P. We are live on X. Follow us. Bet_sweats. Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. We'll talk about some NBA playoff bets. We've been sprinkling in some NFL draft throughout the show. A lot of hot rumors going down today with it being draft day. The big one, I would say, is Kelvin Banks Jr. Where's he going to go? A lot of people with massive followings decide, you know what, let's put him at number 6. So that's where we're seeing a lot of final mocks that Banks Jr. goes 6 to the Raiders, which has been the question throughout. A number of people have Membu there at number 6. So we'll see, and we'll continue to follow some of the odds movement as we get closer and closer to the draft. So off that conversation with Nick Friedel, we talk NBA playoffs. Let's kind of go in chronological order here, Sam. Knicks Pistons, because it sounded like you're really interested in this matchup. You have the Knicks as a short road favorite. The current number we're sitting at BetMGM is 1.5. Knicks are your favorite after losing game number 2. The total 214.5 as the series moves to Detroit. What are you thinking?
I've got the Pistons in this spot favored by 2. So ideally I should bet Pistons at plus 1.5. Not that I'm too far off. And as we always discuss, I don't think moves through 0 are that important. I mean, it's easy to get a game from -1 to -1 the other way. But if I have a gap of a possession, I have to bet. So I'm on Detroit. You can take 1.5 at multiple places, including BetMGM. I'm not a big vibes guy either. I'm never going to make a bet on vibes. Some people will. I will not. That building is going to be insane. Because for the first time in over 15 years, the Pistons fans believe that they can win a series. And you already did your job going into New York and getting out of there with a split. I also, Joe, I respect the way the Pistons have played for about 90 minutes of this series. You know, the first game, they're right there for 3 quarters, and then the Knicks rip off that, 20-0 run or 21-0 run in the fourth quarter of game 1. That could cripple a young basketball team going forward. But what do the Pistons do? They find a way to suck it up, move on, and shut the Knicks down in game 2. I was very impressed with the way that they bounced back from game 1 to game 2. They tightened up the defense. They did really solid at chasing New York off the 3-point line. I mean, this is a Knicks team that, shot 28% from 3 in game 2. And that's not all bad shots. That's good defense. So I like what they did, and they showed me a lot, having given up that 21-0 run, lose game 1 in crushing fashion, bouncing back, winning game 2. You got the momentum, and now you go home in a very, very winnable game. I agree with Nick. I'm not going to plant my flag and say the Pistons win the series. But I do think they win this game tonight, and I bet plus 1.5.
So I'm always really interested in game 3 as we change venues here. And even more so in situations when you have a team down 0-2. That's not the situation in this game. But what you see in game 3 so much, obviously it's usually the dog in the series, right? I guess the Golden State series, an outlier there. But it's usually the dog, and sometimes they're down 0-2, not here. But what always stands out to me in the NBA playoffs is the role players. When you get home, how it's different, because people react to what they just saw, especially game 1, game 2 on the road. And then they don't consider the idea that, these role players, now they're going to be in the comforts of their own home, where they've probably shot well most of the year, coming off the bench, some of them. Sometimes those guys have massive games, and they're the reason some games are decided. That's kind of where I'm looking at. Cunningham's going to be super popular, of course, 33-12 in his last game. But I'm kind of looking, okay, which role players are going to improve? I look at Hardaway. So they win, the Pistons do, but they made 6 threes in the game. Only 6 threes while winning. What about Hardaway? He goes 0 for 8 from the field, 0 for 6 on threes. Probably not going to happen again. The number's 1.5 made threes. It's juiced to the over because they understand that that's probably the play. That's probably the look. That's something that I would consider. Maybe Hardaway having a big game. If you don't like the threes, maybe you do something else with him. But that's something that I always take a look at, Sam. Okay, once we get to game number 3, home team, that first home game, which guys have some value in the player prop market? And Hardaway's one, like maybe Schroeder would be another one coming off the bench.
I always thought, as somebody who covered the NBA for 6 years and did a lot of playoff series, Chicago made the playoffs a lot when I was there. Now, they didn't really make a lot of deep runs because they had to deal with LeBron back in the day, not only in Cleveland, but then in Miami, and then back to Cleveland, ironically enough. But I always felt like role players played better at home, and then you needed your stars to carry the mail on the road. I don't think that's exactly the hottest take in the world. I mean, that's just what I saw with my own eyes. I remember, Jimmy and Joakim Noah balling at home, and then on the road, you'd get Mike Dunleavy would have a big game, or Carlos Boozer would have a big game. You always felt like your role players felt more comfortable at home, fed off the energy, the home crowd. Look at Ty Jerome. What do you think Ty Jerome is going to do on the road in the playoffs?
Right.
Ty Jerome was very good at getting involved in game 1, and then they shut it down in game 2. But I think you have the right idea. If you're looking at Pistons players, you look at maybe the third or fourth option. And the best part about betting those players, you don't need a lot. You're 8.5, 9.5, 10.5. Easy numbers to get over. You're not going over 22.5 or 24.5. You need to make like 4 shots at a free throw for some of these guys. And if you're a 3-point shooter, maybe just 3 shots. Knock in 3 out of 6 or whatever. So I think that's the right shape to bet maybe some Piston third and fourth option props. Not a bad idea. I'm going to guess, and we're going to do our very, very exciting segment, Where's the Room, in 12 minutes. So we'll get more into the top bet props. I've got 2 guesses for you. I think they're going to bet Brunson, and I think they're going to bet Towns. Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah,
those are going to
bad
be
game last time.
Those are going to be the guys. Well, and Brunson I think Brunson had 37. Yeah, 37 in game 2. That's probably going to be a decent guess. And then Towns was awful in the last game. So maybe a Towns bounce back. He was, let's see, Cat in game 2 was 5 of 11. Yeah, 10 points, 6 boards. But that's a guy, people like to bet Karl Anthony Towns, which I do remember vividly seeing him on a lot of top prop emails over the course of the season. So those would be my 2 guesses in that game. I think we've covered pretty much everything there. The total has come down a point and a half. But New York is holding steady as a very, very small favorite, 1 to 1.5, and I will bet the Pistons. In the second game, I guess, it starts at 9:30 East Coast. Oklahoma City and Memphis. Opened 8.5. We're out to 10 at several shops. Now, BetMGM has 9.5. Other books have 9.5. But there's a 10 at Circa, a 10 at South Point, and a whole lot of 10 offshore. As somebody who bet Memphis in game 2, they fought for... Man, it just ticks me off to even have to say this. They fought for 3 quarters, and they're down 11 after 3. I'm holding 15. And then OKC rips off that 7-0 run to start the 4th. And I had a bad feeling about it. And it went back and forth right around the number. Thunder get it done. Thunder cover again. I assure you, it's not as easy as taking the number 1 seed to cover every game. But I don't know that I can deal with that on Memphis again. I don't want to. If I didn't bet them in game 2, if I didn't do it in game 2, I would do it in game 3, but I'm very jaded by this.
I get it. But
yeah,
you know Memphis is probably the side at home getting 10.
I know, but they could also give up. This is that breaking point for a lot of teams. They're probably going to lose. That's not even bold. They're a 10-point dog. If they're down 15 at half, that could be it. They could just give up and get killed. That's one possibility. The other one is they come out and they're up 10 at half. I don't want to bet any more of my money on Memphis.
You hate this game. You hate this series. You hate this team.
All it took was one. All I did was come in, bet Memphis game 2. I thought I had a good bet. I mean, you're taking 15. Everybody's saying the number should be 20 or 25. They're down 11, and then they just can't finish. I'm not betting it.
So the Ja Morant prop went up 1 point. That's it. I thought there would be more of an adjustment, but maybe not. Going home, and it goes from 22.5 on the road. He barely hit that for us. Scored 23, right? And now it's sitting 23.5 for tonight. But it's a juice 23.5. So actually, let's call it 24.5. So it ended up going up a couple of points. If I'm thinking role players, like would you expect Edie coming off an awful game, 4 points only? He did have 7 boards. Maybe he would do more at home, more comfortable, first time through the playoffs, possibly. But I don't know. You got to hang in the game for role players to do something, right? Like this could be blowout city, and it's over.
Ja has been back to Ja for a second.
Yeah,
I mean, he took 17 shots in game 1 and 25 in game 2. The volume is there. The issue has been he just hasn't been efficient. So he's 6 of 17 in game 1. He's 10 of 25 in game 2, where he just eked over the total on his point prop. He hit 2 jumpers in the fourth to land 23, over 22.5. But here's where I'm just so shook at the fact that he's 3 of 12 from 3. I mean, that's bad. That's really bad. So if that even comes back a little bit, if he can regress positively in the right direction, and he shoots 20 shots again, he's going to have every chance to go over. He's also probably going to get some calls in this game at home and get to the free throw line, which he didn't do in the last game. If he gets 20 shots, Joe, he's probably going to get over his point prop tonight.
I'm probably not doing anything on this game. Are you?
No.
Okay. Let's get to the good one. Nuggets Clippers. Now it's tied 1-1. We saw Superman Kawhi in game number 2. The number's 5.5. The total's been dropping a couple of points here. It's around 213. What do you think?
Clippers got blasted overnight from a couple of sharps that I really respect. And you look at the board now, as we have it up at 10:33 on the East Coast, game day. Pinnacle just moved off 5 to 5.5. So still at 5, there's support for the favorite. I like them to just win. You know, you can lay $1.95 minus 200. I think they're going to win. If you don't want to do it straight, you can parlay it with something else, like Clippers and X or Clippers and Y. I don't think the Clippers lose tonight. Not really a fan of laying 5.5, even though people much smarter than me just laid 5 at Pinnacle. Jeff Sherman said he bet Clippers minus 4.5. Jeff Sherman always gets a better number than me somehow, which is a different story for a different day. He's like, oh, I laid 4.5. I'm like, of course you did. But they laid 4.5, and Joe, they're laying 5 right now on the Clips.
The prop for Kawhi is 25.5 points. Coming off that game, I thought it'd be a little higher. I thought it'd be priced like vintage Kawhi. It's tough to repeat what he did. I mean, we were talking about the true shooting percentage, like one of the 7th best playoff performance ever. So that's what Kawhi's coming off of, 15 for 19 shooting. I don't want to fade Kawhi, though. The 26.5, I don't think it's too high based on what we just saw. But how is Denver going to respond? That's going to be the big question here. I'm considering role players, but I don't know, man. This is a top-heavy roster. So it's more difficult for me to say I like this role player or that role player to step up. I agree with you. Why is 5.5 hard for us to lay? We had the same conversation with the Lakers the other day. We knew the Lakers were going to win. We felt strongly about it, but we didn't want to lay it, and then the Lakers end up covering.
I just had a guy 10 years ago telling me that 5.5 is the number of death for the favorite, and that's always stuck with me. I don't know that it's still accurate. all these years later, favorites at -5.5, I've just always been a little thrown off by, and that's the reality in my world.
Yep, I get it. It makes sense. It's just like a little bit too high. It kind of throws you off. You are going against Jokic laying 5.5. So I'm sure all of that comes into play. Sammy P, let's find out where the room is. If you haven't been with us for Where's the Room, you need to. Always strong stuff. We find out what the people are betting. Player props for every game tonight. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM network.
Hola, amigos. It's the big noise.
Yeah.
Brad Evans.
Where's the room?
On a Thursday morning, we've got NFL Draft Talk. Thor Nystrom, our buddy. Gonna put you in the wood chipper once again. I love that. That's my favorite. He was gonna put you in the wood chipper, then you win the bet. We'll talk to Thor, NFL Draft Thoughts. He's got like 1 million profiles on all these guys that will be drafted over the next few days. So that's fun. Breaks down college as well as anyone. Lightning bets later. Next hour, we continue on X here. Follow us, bet_sweat, Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski, and we're going to find out where the room is here for tonight with the NBA playoffs. During the NFL draft, we got 3 games going down. We've been talking about those 3, Knicks, Pistons, Thunder, Grizzlies, Nuggets, Clips. But for Where's the Room, we bring on our EP, Paul Aspen. Man, Paul, I didn't even think about it. We've got Where's the Room for everything happening tonight. Draft stuff too, right?
We got everything. We got NFL draft. We also heard back from Mia O'Brien, friend of the show, who covers the Jags for 1010XL in Jacksonville. So we start there. She says the smoke has been way too strategic for it as simple as the Jags are taking Genty. So she thinks, in her opinion, the most likely scenario is they trade back and evaluate from there. Of course, it takes 2 to tango. A lot of smoke from Chicago that it's going to happen. Can't bank on it if you're Jacksonville. Ultimately, come back to Gladstone saying multiple times at the combine how they want more at-bats, more picks, which is why trading back has always been option 1, in her opinion. So that doesn't mean Genty's not 5, right? It doesn't mean it has to be the Jags. But Genty could still go 5 to, let's say, the Bears, which I think we all agree seems like a reach for a team that's got a lot of needs.
It sounds like they're hoping somebody is desperate to trade up for Genty. And I don't know that that's going to happen. I mean, it's been rumored, of course, but Ryan Poles is not as dumb as Ryan Pace was. Ryan Pace would trade up to take a running back. I don't know that Ryan Poles would. Joe, you could sound off on this. I don't think it's going to happen. So I'm guessing that Jacksonville is cool then, sliding down and taking McMillan and putting McMillan on one side and Brian Thomas Jr. on the other, and seeing if Liam Cohen can unleash Trevor Lawrence. I mean, that's been the McVay tree. You have a guy leave, and then that guy gets paired with a quarterback, whether it was, Kevin O'Connell and Sam Darnold, or Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love. That's the tree. That's how that tree works. Let's pair you with a quarterback, get you weapons, and go from there. See what happens. If they do trade out, they're going to probably look to go down and snag McMillan. But I still think no matter who they take in Jacksonville, it's a weapon for the quarterback because that's what Liam Cohen wants to do, ideally.
Yeah, that makes sense. If I'm a Jaguars fan, I'm kind of annoyed because this is not a great spot to be at number 5. You're happy. Oh, we got a top 5 pick. Okay, great. And then the way it's probably going to shake out is there's going to be a big drop off after 3, after 4 to where you are sitting at number 5. So what is the demand there? Looking from the Bears' point of view, I don't want them to do this. They very well could. It's a fair point about Poles, but I also believe it doesn't matter what Poles wants. Ben Johnson's running the show. Like, whatever he wants is going to happen. If Ben Johnson tells Ryan Poles, I don't want Genty. I don't want us giving up assets. We still need to work on this and that, more so than getting the best running back in this class. It ain't happening. So that's why it's so fascinating. What does Ben Johnson's first draft look like? Is it like what they were doing in Detroit? Does he do something different? You think this is a different path? It's going to be interesting. They're going to take a running back at some point. Is it going to be Genty, or are they going to sit back in a deep running back class? And that's been my thing. I would prefer to see that. But yeah, wow. Guys, I've been saying it all along. After those top 3, 4 picks, anything can happen. Anything can happen. And, we talked about it with Andy Molitor the other day. I still think it's interesting that after those spots early, like there's going to be names that are taken and people are going to have the Michael Penix reaction. What are you doing? Because a lot of mock drafts said that they shouldn't be in the first round. And it's probably going to happen. Like, Paul, you sent us it was a Jeremiah tweet, right? Saying something along those lines. Just that people are going to be shocked at where some players go, that they look like reaches, and teams don't seem to care because it's just how the draft has set up for this season.
I also feel like that points to the under 2.5 quarterbacks that we've been talking about for a while. By the way, BetMGM, total quarterbacks drafted in the first round, over 2.5, minus 130, 51% of the tickets, 65% of the handle. But when Jeremiah says it's all about fit, that's what every team keeps telling me. That says to me they're not going to take a quarterback just to take a quarterback necessarily. Now, say Cam Ward's off the board. You only need 2 teams to be desperate enough to take a quarterback in the first round to lose that bet. But still, overall, they like their teams seem like they like their pods of players and don't really care if there's a perception of a reach. I think that means we're not going to force a quarterback just because a quarterback's there.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah. I loved it, the under at plus 340. I don't like the under at this price. Like I could see Dart going. I could see Shador, a team trading back in maybe, and he goes. So the number of 3 at a coin flip number, I don't like it. When it was minus 4 something to the over, I was like, oh yeah, you fade that based on price.
I don't remember ever seeing a player, and I meant to bring this up earlier, but we went in a different direction, and that's fine. I don't ever remember seeing a player open up position-wise in terms of over-under at 3.5 and go all the way up to 21.5. I've never seen that. We've seen some players come down. Mac Jones was one that opened like 17.5 and went down to 3.5. And a lot of people thought he was going to go 3 to San Francisco. They took Trey Lance and then Mac slid. I don't ever recall a player being so hyped coming into a draft and moving up 18 spots in the over-unders. Now, one book has 14.5, another book has 21.5. There may be some finagling there to try and write some under money after writing nothing but over money, but now that book could get middled if he goes 20th or 21st. You're going to lose all the over 3.5, 6.5, 8.5, 10.5, and then maybe lose under 21.5. But Shador Sanders, I've never seen a player slide this much. Now, we've seen guys like Johnny Manziel, Aaron Rodgers slide in the draft itself. But in terms of putting a number on somebody at 3.5 and being 18 spots off by draft day, that's unheard of in this racket.
Yeah. What about some of these insights, Paul? What do you think is notable for the draft stuff that's out there at BetMGM? You're muted.
Mute City.
We've talked about Genti. We've talked about Shador. So other than that, the 6th pick that we've talked about, it looks like, where Kelvin Banks Jr. is plus 200. A lot of tickets on Armand Membo. He's the biggest liability. So 20% of the tickets on him at number 6, but the biggest handle's on Banks. We've seen that late move. 10th pick overall, which we've talked about. No mention of Loveland. Tyler Warren, still the highest ticket percentage at 14.3%. Highest handle is Tet McMillan at 20% of the 10th pick. So, is that something where if that Jags-Bears trade happens, Tet goes 10th?
The Bears, I don't think the Bears would take Tet. That has to be
right
in anticipation of a trade.
Yeah. I think that's not the worst bet. At plus, around 250, I think. I think you mentioned a 270 out there on McMillan to go top 10. That's not a terrible idea.
All right. As for the NBA bets tonight, we got a few minutes to go. These have been very fun to talk about. A lot of the ones that we have circled have gone in our favor, especially, perfect example of Where's the Room yesterday was, of course, the room is betting Ty Jerome over 11.5, and he had less than 10. What do you have, 6 or 7? So that was prototypical. React to the last game and make a bet based on what I just saw. What are some of the props? I haven't seen them yet. What are some of the ones that we see today?
You sure you don't want to get back on the Grizzlies, Sam? Thunder minus 9.5, the most popular side.
Nope,
but when it comes to some player props, you nailed it with Cat.
I think I'm going to bet the Grizzlies.
Oh man, hey, good luck and Godspeed, friend.
Most bet player prop for Pistons Knicks, Karl Anthony Towns over 21.5 points at minus 135.
I knew it. Oh, I knew that was happening. I knew it. Over on points. Yep.
But not only that, he's 3 of the 4 most popular props in the game. Number 1 is over points. Number 3 is over points and assists. And number 4 is under rebounds. They're all over Cat.
Cat is going to be a dud tonight. You watch.
Again, back-to-back dud. Okay. Woo. Man, that could be a look.
So the room is hammering Cat every which way. What else?
Every which way.
I think we may have lost Paul.
Under Grizzlies.
Oh, he's gone.
Bane under 21.5 points at minus 140 is your most popular prop for Thunder Grizzlies.
Dude.
Bane going off.
Yep. Bane going nuts. Do you feel in charge? Oh.
Why Bane?
I was born in the darkness.
So at home, okay, fine. I might fade that. And Clippers Nuggets, the number 1 player prop is Kawhi over 3.5 assists. Number 2, Jokic over 1.5 made threes. The Kawhi over 3.5 assists is minus 160. The Jokic is minus 155.
Bane Moon tonight.
No, he's in on the Grizz. All right. We'll see what Thor Dystrom is in on for the NFL draft. He joins us next. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Sammy P with you for another hour here on the BetMGM Network. Thor Nystrom will be joining us in just a few minutes from FantasyLife.com. It's always a fun conversation with Thor. And man, Sam, I'm looking at his mock draft. He's not doing groupthink. I'll definitely say that. And it starts at number 4. Like we've been saying, oh, the draft starts at 5. The draft starts at 6. Is it going to be Banks? Is it going to be this? Maybe there's a trade up at number 5. Even though everybody under the sun is saying Campbell 4, that's not what Thor is saying for the Patriots. So, wow, that where you're at, people would go insane because, I mean, the assumption there too, I'm assuming is it's Campbell and it's like almost a done deal, right?
They either want Campbell or they want to trade the pick for A.J. Brown. That's the two factions of people. You laugh. I'm not kidding. There are people here in Boston that want A.J. Brown. They think that he is the solution. He's going to solidify their offense. I don't know who's going to block for Drake May, but hey, you got A.J. Brown and Stephon Diggs, and here we come, division title.
All right, let's check in with our buddy Thor Nystrom, FantasyLife.com. You can check out his mocks, his player profiles. Got a ton of great content out there, including the Thor 500, the top 500 prospects. We now bring in Thor onto the show, and let's start there, man. Let's start at number 4 because you're saying the draft starts at 4, not this idea of 5 or 6. It's really interesting because you've had this out here for a couple of days, but now a lot of people come around to the idea, hey, maybe Chicago does trade up to 5 to take Genty. Maybe Graham is going to slip. Maybe McMillan is a top 10 guy. They're all following you, Thor. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Good to join you, boys. Yeah, the slot at 5 is crazy interesting, and I do think the draft starts at 4. So I'm curious with the Patriots. In my mock, I had them deviating off of the chalk Will Campbell pick with Jalen Walker there. The Campbell one, that one has confused me for a while. I think he's a guard. I don't think you can take him there. We'll see if, how New England ends up being with that. But yeah, with the 5 slot, been hearing since the combine that the Jaguars themselves like Ashton Genty. And I also think that their phone lines are wide open, right? Like it's a new coaching staff. It's a new administration. So you could potentially get a whole bunch of draft equity for bailing that slot as well. I think it makes sense that a couple nights ago, Genty went to even money to be a top 5 pick. I don't have the odds right in front of me of what it is now, but people know who they got to get in front of to get Ashton Genty. It just is what it is. So Jacksonville's sort of sitting in the catbird seat right now.
He was minus 200 this morning to be top 5. Now I see minus 250. So the steam continues this morning. Is there a team or two that is desperate enough to move up to 5 and do it, you think?
Chicago for sure. Another team that I've been told has been exploring to move up there is San Francisco. I think would surprise some people, but San Francisco has an enormous amount of draft equity. The amount of picks that they have is just absurd. They're going to be moving around the board and looking to get aggressive to move up. So that would be another team that I'd point to potentially hop the line there.
Okay, so this morning, Thor, I've been talking about this idea of putting a bet on McMillan to go top 10. You can get somewhere in that 250, plus 275 range for that. And you mocked him in a deal at number 8 to Dallas. So are you still there? Do you think McMillan is going to be that first receiver off the board and he goes in the top 10?
I definitely think he's going to be the first receiver off the board. And I think he has a better chance of going in the top 10 than those odds are implying for sure. This receiver class is bad, right? And it's like McMillan, wide receiver 1 with the bullet, then you have a break, right, tier break, and then Golden. Then there's another one. If you can get the best wide receiver in this class, I think you have to prioritize that because there's not, the drop-off is so precipitous after that. A drop-off that's not nearly as precipitous at most other positions. So in this class, in my mock draft, I projected a whole bunch of trades because I do think it's going to be extremely active this evening. You have a draft class here where everyone still has their first-round picks the morning of round 1. You have a draft process where very few trades have been made involving draft picks. Both those things are irregularities. And I think it's because we don't have as many sure things at the top of the board. The the sure thing franchise quarterbacks, the sure thing elite non-quarterback prospects. So you have less sure things like on your bingo card for your mocks or your projections. So because of that, the way that this thing plays out, it's like a choose your own adventure where there's so many iterations off of each pick. It becomes unpredictable going, you're trying to project it in the 20s, like who could get here. There's a lot of different roads that could take. So I think this is going to lead to a lot of movement on draft night. And I think McMillan's a guy that you're going to prioritize because, again, the drop-off after him in his position group.
I thought I saw an offshore number on first-round trades at 5.5. Now, that's not a legal bet. You can't make that at MGM or any of these other books. But that looks like that might be maybe your favorite bet of all time, over 5.5 trades, huh?
I think I would go over that. Yeah. I expect a lot of movement. Again, a lot of teams haven't held their assets to this point, and I think there's teams waiting to see the way that top 6 to 7, how does that play out? Because, you run through all your different mock exercises. Like teams do this in their own buildings, and there's different scenarios that could lead a guy down the board who's exactly what that team is looking for. And you're sort of monitoring if it's this scenario, that opens up that possibility. If it's this scenario, there's no chance he's probably going to go here. So that, of course, incentivized trades up. Where you have to get. But I think, as opposed to in the past where you already kind of knew, again, like a lot of the top 6, 7, 8, you at least knew the players, maybe even down to 10 who was going to be in the top 10. A lot of different guys could go in the top 10 this year, right? And that just, again, creates more wide open going forward as far as what the possibilities could be for the picks after that.
Joe O, Sammy P here on BetSweats with Thor Nystrom here on the BetMGM network at ThorQ on X. Check out his great articles, fantasylife.com. It is well worth your time. And I'm looking at your positional rankings, Thor. You do not have Cam Ward as the QB1. You have Shedeur Sanders. So I want you to explain that, why you think Sanders is a QB1 and some possible landing spots. So we know he's not going to go 1-1. But where does he go? Is he a first-round pick? I was throwing around this idea just, okay, what sort of teams could maybe trade into the back end of the first round? Is it going to be Pittsburgh just sitting there waiting for him to fall? What do you think with Sanders?
Yeah, I just think the narrative has gotten away from people on Sanders. If you look at the entire body of work, him against Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders had the better college career. I think he's a slightly better quarterback. His game, it's not as sexy because Cam Ward obviously has the stronger arm, but Cam Ward, you get more explosive plays with him. You also get the higher preponderance of the turnover-worthy plays, which you don't see with Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders 1/3 the turnover-worthy plays last year that Cam Ward did, and Cam Ward is in the far more advantageous system. Like, did Cam Ward look better last year? Maybe on the surface, whatever, but like he was in the far more advantageous situation. You had the 3 starting wide receivers that were at the NFL Combine. You have the round 2 tight end and Elijah Roy. You had the round 3 running back Damian Martinez. They had a good offensive line. Shedeur Sanders did not have he had a terrible offensive line both years at Colorado. No semblance of a running game defense that knew what was coming. Love the accuracy and placement with Shedeur Sanders. Love how he takes care of the ball. I think his game projects really well to the NFL. As far as landing spots, my situational assumption would be that we're going to see a trade up into the teens from a team looking to stop his fall, whether it's the Giants or whether that is the Browns. That's where I think this is going. I know that his slot prop has been moved to around where the Steelers pick is. I think someone's going to hop the line on the Steelers. You start to see him fall. That both the Giants and the Browns have plenty of draft equity to get up into the team. So that's sort of what I'm expecting.
BetMGM has a price on quarterbacks in the first round. It's come down a lot, Thor. So 2.5, that's the over-under. The over was minus 450. Now it's only minus 160. Is there a bet there?
That's on the under or the over?
Over minus 160.
I would go over the 2.5. For sure, obviously, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders are going to go in round 1, but I think you have the real strong possibility of Milroe at the back end of round 1 as well. That would be sort of your small trade up for the 5th-year option. We saw it last year with wide receivers. Panthers moving up 1 slot with Buffalo to give Xavier Legette the 5th-year option on his contract. And then Jackson Dart is still in play as well. I don't buy the Tyler Shuck stuff, but I do think that you have the 4 quarterbacks there, and I think we're going to see 3.
With Thor Nystrom here, this is the BetMGM Network. It's draft day. Happy draft day. Here's another one that caught my attention. You mentioned quarterbacks there. What about running backs? So we're pretty locked in that there are 2. Of course, Genty, you mentioned maybe top 5, maybe a team making a trade up. A strong expectation that Hampton goes to Denver, but will there be a third one? Because that's not even juiced that much. It's pretty close to even money. The number 2.5 running backs in the first round. How many go?
That one, as far as where the odds are, that's a bet I'm staying away from. I think the implied odds are fair, as far as what the environment actually is. Hampton and Genty, of course, are going to go in the first round. Then it just becomes, does the other one? There was that report about the Chiefs and Travion Henderson. Theoretically, you could see that happen there. The last few picks of the first round, someone wants to hop that line. We anticipate Friday night we're going to see a conga line of running backs going. So if you want to hop that line and get RB3, that's where you would do it. But yeah, I think the odds where the juice is with that, I think that's fair. So I would stay away from that one and then focus on some other bets.
Anything else that we haven't covered? We've asked you a bunch of questions, but is there any other direction you'd like to take the draft in, whether it be mock-wise or bet-wise, heading into day of the draft?
I haven't seen the updated odds. I'm not on the domestic ones, but the updated odds this morning. But I would bet Milroe to the Browns if that prop is out there, because of the connection to Tommy Rees, the offensive coordinator, 2023 Alabama, by far the best stretch of football of Jalen Milroe's career. It wasn't until this year when Kalen DeBoer was trying to shove the square peg into the round hole where Milroe's game kind of regressed October, November, December. But Tommy Rees knows how to construct an offense around Jalen Milroe. And Andrew Berry was talking, the Browns GM was talking about that at his press conference last week. That connection makes a lot of sense to me. And it's just, will they wait until 33? Do they feel that they can, or do they want to get that 5th-year option? And do they feel like they have to get up, because the Giants could be lingering as well for a trade of play to the first round? I think this is another monitor the board, monitor the situation kind of a thing. But that's a connection that I would bet for sure.
Plus 250 to go to the Browns over at BetMGM. And Thor, Daniel Jeremiah tweets this today. The draft is all about fit. That's what every team keeps telling me. Rankings on these players are all over the map. Teams don't seem concerned. They like their pods of players and don't really care if there's perception of a reach. And that's what I'm expecting, that there's going to be a lot of people are going to say, wow, what a shocker, what a shocker. But, outside the top 10, I think a lot of people just don't know. Your study over just about everybody that's going to be drafted. So you tell me, give me a first-round guy that nobody's talking about. Like, we're going over some of the bigger names, but as far as one that's going to be a first-round pick that is not being discussed at all.
Maybe Donovan Jackson. I might toss out for that. The Ohio State guard. I think he's been sort of under-talked about in this process, but in my opinion, the best pure guard in the draft. And I thought it was wildly impressive that in October, after Josh Simmons' season-ending injury, their left tackle there had a season-ending injury against Oregon. The backup left tackle there really struggled for 2 games for Ohio State until they decided to switch Donovan Jackson to left tackle, and that solved the thing. That's the reason that Ohio State won the national title, is because he buttoned down the blind side for Howard. And to do that in the final, stretch of games of your job interview, essentially, to go to left tackle sort of sight unseen there, to play as well as he did. He shut down James Pierce in the college football playoff, played a bunch of NFL edge rushers and shut him down. I thought it was wildly impressive. So I think Donovan Jackson has a real shot to go in those last 5 picks or so of the first round.
We got less than a minute, Thor. Let's skip through the draft and go to August, September. Arch Manning, 6-1. Dave Mason has him to win the Heisman. Is that a bet you're thinking about making, or are you looking for a bigger payout?
I'd be looking for the bigger payouts on that. I like to take the flyers and sort of diversify the portfolio with more longer shots. But yeah, I mean, certainly if Arch Manning has the season where he's in discussion for it, he's gonna get pushed over the top by the voting block. So I understand why the books have made him as short as they can. But I'm not looking to bet the quote unquote favorites on the board in that market this early. I don't want to tie up money and not get the best of it. So yeah, that's one I'd stay away from.
Thor Nystrom, fantasylife.com, at Thorku on X. Thor, enjoy the draft. Hope you hit the wagers that you end up making, and great content, man, that you have over here at fantasylife.com. Happy Thursday, all right?
Hey, thanks so much, boys. Appreciate you.
Thor Nystrom, man, is studying it. And Sam's all over the NHL playoffs. We'll hit that. Maybe we'll play some nickel or dime lightning bets later on in the hour. It's Joe and Sam. You've got Bet Sweats on draft day. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, man. Draft day. Joe, Sammy P. I love this day. It's so much fun. Enjoying it on the internet is also a very good time. Like, we're all NFL scouts, and there are people that made proclamations. They put it down in record, meaning you write it down and then you take a picture of what you write down, and then you send it out to the world that you're done betting 15,000. Mina Kimes isn't betting 15,000, is she? This expert, Deanna Rossini, is she betting 15,000? No, only GRP wins is, and that. And then he bets 2,000 more on the draft. I'm looking at a video that was just posted 5 minutes ago, Sam. I think he's starting to feel the stress right now. Probably feeling good about the rumors of Genty going so high since he has a lot on that. But our guy, George Riley Panagakis, is going to be joining us tomorrow, and he's going to be excited, talking about how he's the best NFL draft bettor in the world, or he's going to be in a tailspin. I can't wait.
Look, there's an old saying in Vegas, belly up. Belly up. George has bellied up. He has put down a lot of money on this draft. It feels very boom or bust. And honestly, without studying his 4-page notebook portfolio that much, it feels like if Ashton Genty slides down to 7, George is cooked, because I believe he has a lot of his draft equity, I guess, on under 6.5, and then Genty to go 5 and 6. Again, we can get the full breakdown tomorrow. I don't think GRP's been on the show since Halloween when he dressed like Mel Kiper Jr., which was outstanding,
really?
By the way.
It's been that long?
I don't believe so. I think he had some questionable tweets where we decided to maybe go in a different direction. I think. I don't remember. Who can really remember everything George tweets? But he's going to need Genty top 6. I think the bet that he added late on, this would have been Tuesday night, and then wrote no more bets and then made 5 more bets. I think that was the under 6.5 at minus 425. So it was like 4,200 to win, or 4,250 to win 1,000. If Genty goes out of the top 6, George is in trouble, which is a bold move considering he's now going to be selling picks NFL season. So he needs to have a big draft. And holy cow, did he belly up on these draft bets? 15,000 plus. Well, I think it's even bigger now. 17,000 maybe?
17,000, he said. We might need that last video for Chuckles in the last segment, Jake, if there's a way to do it. Because I just caught the first 30 seconds. And it was highly entertaining. It'll be highly entertaining when he joins us tomorrow. I can't wait to see what the results are. I highly doubt he just kind of breaks even on this when he has so many bets, so many different angles. Yesterday, after he made this declaration of no more bets, he made another bet, and then he bet the wrong thing.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
It was a Mike Green thing. He made a Mike Green bet, and he was kicking himself. He's like, I can't believe I made the wrong bet. I meant to bet over, and I bet under, or something like that. Like a $500 bet.
He wrote no more draft bets, and then bet Genty to go 3rd, and then bet Campbell to go 5th and 6th, and then added even more?
Yeah. He said, I just screwed up. I bet Mike Green under, but I wanted to bet him over because of 2 big red flags! ! Oh, well, the bet is in! ! No more betting for me! And then I think he added more.
Okay. Last year, he posted his results. Not that we're going to talk about this that much longer, but last year's draft results, George made $2,700, it looks like, on the 2024 NFL draft. Again, this is just a sheet of paper with numbers. We can't possibly confirm that he made all these bets. But he did. I remember he made a huge bet. He made a huge bet on over 4.5 first-round quarterbacks, and there were 6 in the top 12. So that was his big position last year, over 4.5 quarterbacks. This year, it's Genty under 6.5, Genty to go 5, Genty to go 6. So if that happens, he's probably going to be ahead.
Yep, it's certainly. I don't know if that went into his thinking, but like, let's pick my one big position this year. Worked out last year quite early, and we'll see if it works out this evening, and we'll talk about it with George tomorrow on the show. NBA, we hit on those 3 games that are going down, and we've got 4 games in the NHL during the draft. We've got Panthers Lightning, Leafs Sens, Knights Wild, and the Jets and the Blues. So there's a chance here with the Leafs and the Jets with a chance to go up 3-0 in those series. But do you have anything circled on tonight's Stanley Cup playoff card?
Yeah, I would expect the Lightning to bounce back, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't cooking up a Pistons and Lightning parlay. That's what the kids are saying these days, right? They get in the lab and they study box scores and cook up parlays. I do like Tampa, and that's been bet out a little bit. Opened $1.15, now it's $1.20, $1.25. A Pistons Lightning parlay at BetMGM is plus 260. I don't think that's the worst idea. I do expect Tampa to play a better game. I'm not very concerned about what I saw in game 1. I mean, they just got blitzed early and couldn't recover. That happens. But we even had Alex Smith on yesterday who was saying, I'm not put off by what I saw in game 1. Now they lose game 2. It's different story. Now you got to go to Florida, the Panthers at least, go to Sunrise, Florida, because they're in Florida as well. They lose game 1 in Tampa. If they lose game 2 in Tampa, this feels about as urgent as it gets to win this game. And I do like them with their backs against the wall. And Alex also brought up how great they've been with Vasilevsky off a loss. So
Yeah.
I'll probably bet some Tampa. I'll do it straight, and I'll also wheel it with the Pistons at about plus 260. That total also right back where it was, 5.5. So, I think a lot of people will look at what happened in the last game. Oh, well, Florida scored 6 by themselves. Sort of an aberration, what the books are saying. So, even with a 6-2 final in game 1, the books are still hanging 5.5, and it hasn't really budged. So I would expect a better defensive effort, a better game for Vasilevsky, and a better game for the Lightning in totality.
You can get the Lightning 2-1 in some places, a bit of a better price as far as the series goes. Now, we started the show, you wanted to talk about the Avs and how frustrating it was because you bet them at 7-1. They end up losing a game last night in OT that you thought they were going to grab. They're a dog now. Now that they're trailing, they're the dog in the series. You can get a plus 130. That is available on Colorado, and they float from 7-1 after that close loss last night all the way out to 11-1. I'm not asking you if you would go back in because you are already invested. Do you feel the same about them big picture? Do you think that would be a good bet at 11-1?
Yeah, if you haven't been invested yet, I would bet 11. But I have a couple dimes at plus 750.
Yeah.
I don't feel the need to add any more. I'm good. I've gotten down as much as I wanted to, and I don't feel great about how that game ended, obviously. Again, one of the best power plays in the league goes 0 of 6 on the power play. I didn't think that was going to happen. Now they have to win game 4. It's about as important as it gets, and that's on Saturday night. So I will definitely be getting after it on Saturday. And let's see, that's got to be another late game. I'm assuming it's a 10 o'clock puck drop, 9:30 p.m. on Saturday, East Coast. Colorado for the game is $1.85, $1.90 now, and that might get even more expensive. I think they win. A lot of hockey pundits I've talked to have said this is going 7. It certainly feels that way. I mean, that's a game that goes to overtime. And you would have thought that, Colorado had that power play at the end of regulation into overtime, could not get it in. And, Ottinger was awesome. Let's also give him credit. Goalie for Dallas. He saved that game for them. And these are two teams that are pretty evenly matched. I am nervous, though, sure, because eventually Dallas is going to get Jason Robertson and Miro Heiskanen back and in a rhythm. And, I would expect Robertson to play maybe in Game 5. Heiskanen's on the trip, so I think you connect the dots there. You have an understanding of what's going to happen in the next game. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not adding more 11, but if somebody doesn't have any 7 or 750 and is looking to get involved, sure, I would bet 11, because here's what happens if they win Game 4. The series goes 2-2, and now Colorado goes back to 8-1. So you'll have a better number than I do, and I do. I mean, I'm not fazed by Game 4. I think they win Game 4, but then 5, 6, 7 are going to be free for alls, man. Those are going to be some high level hockey games. Colorado, Dallas, Game 5, 6, 7. If we get to 7.
The other interesting angle as far as tonight is you have these desperate teams down 0-2 going home, right? So we were talking with Alex Smith about this Thursday card during the draft, and boy, it's so many coin flip scenarios, and here are a couple of them. You've got Ottawa home, down 0-2. They're a light favorite, minus 125 at BetMGM. And now we've got St. Louis in that same desperate spot against Winnipeg, but they're a short dog. They're even money over at BetMGM. Do you think either or both end up winning tonight?
In terms of Ottawa, that number has moved 40 cents. I'm just looking at the board right now.
Wow.
To see Toronto go from $1.15 to Ottawa $1.25, even $1.30 at a couple places. I mean, that's a very notable move to bet against the team of destiny, right? So you ask yourself, as somebody who studies this every day and who bets every day, did we miss the move, or is it still good? Can I still lay $1.25? Some people would say, no, you can't. Others would say, respect the move. The move is real. Ottawa is going to win. Depends on which camp you live in. I could get on board with Ottawa, but I like Tampa more. If I was power rating my favorite bets, I would be Tampa, Ottawa, St. Louis, I think, would be my top 3 tonight, at least.
Okay. Yeah, it's very – wow, is that a move? I see a 135 out there. We're talking about
50
a 50
cents.
cent move.
Yeah, that's a lot. But it's not stopping. It's not – I mean, it's not – like even Pinnacle's $1.27. Chris, $1.28. Circa $1.27. And those are 3 very sharp books. To have them all move 40 cents – tell us a story.
Yep. I would be in the camp that respects the move, especially when you have a number that's still bettable. We're not laying $2 here. We're talking about, you can still get $1.25 right now. So I would respect the move, take that as a little bit of information and move forward with it. But that's where I come from. I understand both sides of it. I've made the argument on the other side. After missing a move, you get very frustrated and then not really all that interested in jumping in at that point. So I get it. NBA-wise, I think we pretty much hit everything. I don't know about you, Sam, but I think the most fascinating story is, does Kawhi do it again? Are you going to get this version of Kawhi? Knicks Pistons, it's a toss-up. Yeah, Thunder Grizzlies, kind of interesting. Are the Grizzlies going to show any sign of life now that they're going back home? But, Nuggets Clippers, that's the big one. That's the one that most people expect to go 7. It would not surprise me if it's shorter in favor of the Clippers, but I was on the Clippers before this thing got started.
We have a lot of people that love to parlay things we talk about. I am not making this parlay, but let me just build it for somebody else that will, because people love their parlays. These are 3 sides I all like to win tonight. The Lightning, the Pistons, and the Clippers. That's plus 420. Huh? Nice number. Plus 420. I think they all win. And if you're a parlay person, you like to parlay things for $10-20, that's probably not a bad idea. 20 to win over 80. I think they all win. I don't know how much more clear I can be on that. I love Tampa. I like Detroit, and the Clippers are going to win. I don't want to lay 5.5, but the Clippers should win tonight.
And Genty 5.
Not Genty 5. Not for me.
Not Genty 5. No.
You can add it if you want.
I'm not adding any Genty. I'll have my own rooting interest, and I'll keep them to myself. And we will talk about them on tomorrow's show. What is Ashton Genty? Where's he going to go? Oh, man. Dude, if he's Bears at 5, the show will be electric at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We can certainly count on that.
I can't wait.
Now I want it.
Now I want it.
I got to do just for the drama, just for the excitement that we're going to have. All right, lightning bets on the other side. We've got the draft, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, MLB card, a lot to cover. Also, I heard we've got a treat coming back from break. That's next. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans, and it's draft day. BetMGM tonight is crashing your airwaves starting at 7 Eastern with live pick reactions and key fantasy spins only on the BetMGM Network.
All right, guys, Thursday morning, draft day. I'm absolutely mentally exhausted. Can't wait to take some long walks today, maybe go to the driving range, relax a little bit before the draft tonight. I got basically 17,000 on the draft. I went crazy the last 48 hours. It's okay, I'm still going to win money.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
GRP wins sounds spent, right? It's okay. He's going to win money. He's trying to show you the confidence that he has in his wagers tonight, but that's a man on the brink. And I can't wait to see what state he's in tomorrow. Oh, man. 17,000 on the draft. Just keeps that. No more bets. More.
He's either mentally and financially spent, or he just ate a pancake the size of a Buick and is ready for a nap. Or both. It could be both.
What did he have today? I mean, the man is a content machine. I think he was at Culver's for breakfast, and he was like, how does McDonald's stay in...
What do you get at Culver's for breakfast?
I think it was Culver's, because he was saying, how does McDonald's stay in business? Yeah, he was at Culver's. How does McDonald's stay in business when there's a Culver's in the neighborhood? He got a big... Is it breakfast? Maybe it's yesterday. My bad.
No,
yesterday.
that's not. There's breakfast. No way that's breakfast.
He got a massive double butter burger, it looks like. Mashed potatoes and gravy yesterday. We could do some food stuff with him, too. Have you ever had Chick-fil-A breakfast? I've heard it's good, but I've never had it.
No, I have not. I'm going to ask him my favorite trivia question. Which restaurant is the largest chain in the free world? And everybody says McDonald's, and it's not.
McDonald's, right. And it's not. It's another one.
Subway.
No way.
Yep.
Is there a Subway anywhere near you?
Yeah. I think there's one about a mile away. I don't eat Subway.
When's the last time you went? I was just going to say, yeah, no, Subway, I'm not a fan at all. I remember going when I was in college because I didn't I didn't know any better. Yeah. And if I did want to stop somewhere, I mean, you go Jersey Mike's, you go somewhere that's better. Subway kind of sucks, to be quite honest. But they're pushing the commercials.
There's actually more, according to this story from 2024, there were 19,573 Subways in the USA, 13,452 McDonald's. So 6,000 more Subways in the USA.
That's amazing. It must be easy to get a franchise or something. That's got to be.
Well, it's cheaper to run, I believe. I believe it's cheaper.
Yeah.
The overhead is lower. I mean, you're talking about lunch meats and tomatoes and lettuce and pickles and olives, and I think it's just a little bit cheaper to maintain. What?
I want you to name every condiment, every lunch meat.
No, I will not. Well, now they're doing foot-long Oreo cookies and foot-long nacho things, and I haven't had Subway at least before I moved to Vegas in 2018. So it's at least been 7 years.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Nacho. Okay, you're getting desperate. I see what you're talking about. Foot-long nachos for $5.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying hot honey subs.
They should put the sandwiches back to $5. I mean that was when everybody went there. I don't know how much a foot-long sub is at Subway anymore. I'm going to guess it's not $5.
Yeah, it's I guess 10, 12.
Oh, who knows?
It's extremely overpriced, but yeah, that's. I bet you he won't get that unless he's listening right now. All right, we got to get to lightning bets because I don't want to run out of time at the very end here because there's so much to cover for this busy Thursday. NFL draft, baseball, playoffs, basketball, and hockey. Where are you going?
I do want to add that Jake was very excited about Culver's breakfast. He typed in the chat all caps. Culver's breakfast?
I wish it was real.
Question mark?
Questioning. I was not excited about it. I was more appalled than anything.
You were, I think. Well, okay, fine. I can't.
Shocked. Not appalled.
I guess I can't really assess your tone on text, but Culver's breakfast in all caps, question mark, exclamation point, I thought was excitement. I was wrong. I'm sorry. You're good looking.
I thought it was
not.
excitement. I thought he was excited too.
Yeah, so did I. But you know how Jake is. He zigs when you zag.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I bet this morning the under in Boston, Seattle, under 8, -110. I still like it at -110, under 8. Go for it. Let it rip. I like the Pistons. Give me the 1.5 just in case they lose by 1. And in hockey, I guess I have to go here. Let me do Tampa Bay, -125. So I'll give you 3 today. Afternoon baseball, we're going to go under 8, Boston, Seattle. Pistons 1.5 on the dog side. And Tampa to even things up, -125.
Okay. NFL draft. Let's go Ted McMillan, top 10, +250. Let's go offensive players in the first round. I think on the high end, there's a potential of 20. The number's 15.5. I think we're going to go over, all this talk about the league switching, more defense, blah, blah, blah. No, let's go over 15.5 offensive players in the first round. I'm not telling you to do the following, but I'm just going to tell you what I'm going to be doing. And maybe because it's a draft, Shador, I'm going to take a couple of long shots. One of them will probably be like Cowboys 50-1. I'm going to look for some long shots where I can see it. There are a lot of teams that I see priced in the 30s and 40s and close to 50, where I'm like, yeah, sure, I could see them. Maybe move into the back end of the first round and take Sanders. I'm guessing that's the play that one team, just need one, is going to make tonight with Sanders. So that's where I'm looking NFL of bets that we have not done in the past, haven't discussed before. Major League Baseball, I'm going Nationals first 5. Orioles awful against lefties. Sam talked me out of the full game. We don't have to worry about the Nats bullpen. Just need to back Gore here. -130 in the first 5 is the best price I see. I'm respecting the move on Ottawa. Playing them at BetMGM, -125 on the money line. Desperate spot, game number 3. And NBA, I know you said Bane and Moon, but I'm going to go Cat under. Cat under 21.5 points as the bettors have come in. And in that specific matchup, 3 of the 4 most popular bets are all Cat bets. You called that one perfectly. They love to bet Cat for some reason. I'm going to go under 21.5 points. Maybe he bounces back, but not to the level of 22 or more points. So I'm fading Cat.
And the number 1 prop in that Grizzlies and Thunder game was Desmond Bane over 21.5. No, sorry, under 21.5 points at -140. The other one that we didn't discuss, they love these little 3-point numbers. Chet Holmgren over 1.5 threes, -135.
Yep.
I wouldn't make either of those bets, and that's why we do the segment, Where's the Room? People are going to wonder, why didn't I give any draft bets? I haven't added anything this week. So if Loveland goes under 19.5, I'll be very happy. If Williams from Georgia goes under 15.5, I'll be very happy. And I'm holding out hope that Golden can go before McMillan, but I don't feel great about that. But there's nothing that I have added on the draft. All my draft stuff is done. I made those bets last week, 2 weeks ago. I'm good on the draft. I'm not gambling on the draft anymore.
Okay. I can't wait to see what ends up happening. We should talk about this before we get to Jay, because we were talking about it off air. With a draft that looks extremely unpredictable, I think more than most years, like you usually have a range of guys. Okay, these 40 guys or 35 guys, they're going to go in the first round in some order. The range is much larger this year. So that would think, okay, maybe you can find some value on first round wagers. And we've been going over it. There's no value. There's no value anywhere. You find a guy that like, oh, let me look up that name because only a couple of people have him mocked in the first round. And you see a price of +115. Sam, you brought this up and I think you're spot on. If anybody has a player mocked in the first round, they're docking that price. Like some of these minus numbers are crazy town for first round picks.
I think what the books are doing, they're having their traders study all the mock drafts, and if anybody has a first-round number or a first-round position in a mock draft, they just put a minus sign. I mean, even Travion Henderson's minus 160 to go in the first round, and he is not a popular first-round pick in these mock drafts. But I will say that book is letting you parlay guys. So if you take Omarion Hampton and Mike Green and Nick Emenwari and Shedeur Sanders, that's minus 200. They should probably all go in the first round. I'm not a guy that does that, but I know people that do. Emenwari is not a popular first-round guy, but then Dane Brugler put him out 24th today. So guess what? Now he's minus 900 to go in the first round. So it's the books playing defense, and let's also talk about the elephant in the room. You can't bet the no. So a sports book can make the price whatever it wants to. You can make it should be minus 600. Let's make it minus 900 because you can't bet the no. So you don't have a true price, and that's a problem. But it is what it is.
There is so many mock drafts to go over. We had Scott Smith on earlier this week, and he's one of the more accurate guys around. He's got Membu slipping to 13 in his final mock, which I think is very interesting. And he lives down in New Orleans. He's connected with that team. He has them at 9, going with Tyler Booker, which nobody has. I'm looking up his. I don't even see him listed under the 9th pick odds. I don't even see him on the board. And they list a lot of players. So just food for thought. Jake, what do you have today?
Everything starts at B&B at 1:30 p.m. Eastern or after. There's one game before. It's the White Sox and the Twins, and I want nothing to do with that game because the White Sox stink and they find new and interesting ways to lose every single day. So I'm good.
Yep. Yeah.
B&B, huh? B&B.
Look at he's trying to make that a thing. We'll see if it
Jake.
fits. He's talking about bat flips, 1:30 Eastern.
Jake.
That's it. Make the change already. Get the neon sign behind you and let's get rolling. Thanks for watching and listening to Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network. Talk to you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into